see flowers through the window. I don't know why they remind me of you. 'Cause your color was yellow, and that's the song that we played when we moved. Said goodbye back in May, thought by now I'd be safe. Then it hits me right out the blue. Every face that I see, a reminder to me what I lost when I lost you. Baby, I've ghosted your number, I've slept on the other side, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I've hidden all the pictures, I try staying out all night, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I get drunk, I feel lonely, try to drown all the noise in my mind. But alcohol doesn't hold me the way it did, the way it would when you were mine. Said goodbye back in May, and all the memories we made, they still hit me right out the blue. Every kiss on the street, a reminder to me what I lost when I lost you. Baby, I've ghosted your number, I've slept on the other side, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I've hidden all the pictures, I try staying out all night, but no matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. For you, for you, for you, I still get these butterflies. For you, for you, for you, I still get these butterflies. Oh, I still get these butterflies. Oh yeah, I've ghosted your number, slept on the other side. No matter what I do, I still get these butterflies. I've hidden all the pictures, I try staying out all night, but no matter what I do,
we still kill our guys for Jews, 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 Jews.
I still get these butterflies.
Oh, welcome everyone to Tuesday's stream. Thank you for correcting me, James, or whoever it was in the chat. My apologies. I somehow lost an entire day. I was working overnight the night before last, and so somehow that threw me off, and I thought I was doing a surprise Monday night stream because I thought I had to work early. I do have to work early the day after tomorrow, but I thought that I was a day off somehow. So anyhow, God bless you to you all who are a part of my kindred people of God. Hello to Evan Smith and James Thomas, first noticers of the night. Thank you for chiming in. I didn't have anything prepared for tonight. I actually just wanted to do kind of a shorty tonight and discuss a couple of things that have been going on. I have pointed out in a stream a few streams back, and I have been mentioning since then, that we are in year one of Jacob's trouble before the coming of Christ in 2033. And wouldn't you know it, right on cue, the Jews are telling all of the troops, all of our U.S. troops, that this war is the war to set off the coming of Christ. Now, of course, Jews are peddling that to our people to be thinking about Christ's return. But really, if they just read their Bible one more time, they would see that the Jews are always trying to hearken in their Messiah, not our Messiah, not Jesus Christ. Now, they know that by ushering in their Messiah, that the Antichrist, that that will be the sequence before Christ comes. But again, a lot of people you'll see online are saying, oh, the Jews are trying to force prophecy. They're trying to impose prophecy. They're trying to force God, or, impose on God and hurry his prophecy along, as though they're the tail wagging the dog, which is God in this case. And the thing I wanted to point out tonight, which I'm sure a lot of you already know who view this channel, is that Jews are not forcing God or hurrying God along to impose his prophecy. What's happening is the Jews understand that they are the villains in the Holy Bible. They understand, based on the blood moons and the eclipses count since Christ's sacrifice, that this is the time. This is the time for them to start World War III. This is the time for them to, expose themselves, reveal themselves this year as being the enemies in the Holy Bible, not Israelites. And likewise, this year will also be the year that, because their identity is revealed, our identity will be revealed as well, as being the true chosen people of God, the obvious chosen people of God. There's no other creature on earth besides the white people who have created everything that you enjoy every single day, from electricity to running water to a home, a roof over your head, infrastructure, law, philosophy, all these things, the sciences, which are real, not the fake ones that we've been taught. All of these things obviously come from our people, and so the whole world of non-whites, like I've mentioned before, already understand that white people are Israel, and they already understand that Jews are villains. It's pretty obvious that they are. And so knowing the non-whites, even though they may not have 3 digits of IQ, both of their 2-digit IQ that they have, they can rub both of those digits of their IQ together and comprehend that only white people have created everything that we enjoy all over the world. And somehow it's only white people who have been duped into believing that we are this lesser species, or this equal to everyone species, even though the other species, the other races, have not contributed at all to our world. And so when you see conservatives or truthers, things like that, mistakenly saying that the Jews are trying to force God's prophecy to come to pass, or trying to force Jesus Christ to come back sooner, which of course they really mean the Antichrist every time the conservatives are saying, and every time the Jews tell the troops that they are talking about Jesus Christ, they actually obviously are trying to usher in their own Messiah, not ours. But what they seem to misunderstand is that this is the time. This is the time. And the Jews understand that. The Jews know, by being the villains in our Holy Bible and by studying our Holy Bible, their enemy's book, more feverishly than any of the followers of Jesus, the alleged followers of Jesus, do, they very well know when the time is right, when the time is supposed to happen, and they know it's now. They know this is the first year of Jacob's trouble, and so they know that white people are rising up. They're allowing it to happen. After all of these pro-white websites, or all these pro-white YouTubers, I should say, who are now discussing white people and our concerns and our problems and all these things, the war against our people and all this stuff, all those videos would be erased as soon as they're uploaded. They would just be deleted. Remember, Jews still own YouTube, so all of it would just be deleted. Instead, they're allowing the great reveal to come to pass this year because they understand that they are the villains in the Holy Bible and that this is their thing that they are ordained to do. In Jude, if you read Jude, it's only 1 page long. He says in there specifically that Jews are ordained to this condemnation. They are ordained to be the villains against God and Jesus Christ and all Israel, all white people. So, this year is it, y'all. And because the Jews are now telling the troops that this is a holy war that is to usher back Jesus Christ, this double dog confirms, this absolutely confirms that the blood moon count and the eclipse count since Christ's sacrifice are not only accurate, but that the time is now. So, we, like I said, have 3.5 years of white people doing well. We may not be doing better than we've done before. We're not going to be living in the 80s again. We're not going to be living in the 50s again. But we are going to have a rising up. Our people will start balkanizing in this next 3.5 years. Not all white people, but a lot of white people will become more and more racially conscious in the next, couple of years. And by year 3, by the beginning of 2029, we should definitely have a lot more white people who have balkanized with white people in the country physically somewhere, and who are now, because the reason they did that is because they will have been awakened to the truth about our race. And so even if they don't do it because they discover we are Israel, but they just do it because they discover there is genuinely a war against our people, being held by the other 97% of the population, or 93% of the population of the world. And that's not really accurate, because after all the non-whites that stay put in their countries and never mess with white people don't count. So it's really a much less percentage than that of the world population. It's probably only 45% of the world's population or so of non-whites who are occupying, and Jews who are occupying white countries. But that 40-something% of the world's population is freaking huge, and it's destroying all of our countries. So this story of Jews telling everyone, all the troops, that they are conducting a war in order to bring Jesus Christ back. First of all, Trump's on TV saying the war's over, saying that they decimated Iran, saying there's nothing left there, there's no leaders, there's no Air Force, there's no anything left. But then in the same breath, they turn around and tell the troops, we're fighting a holy war. You're fighting this war to cause Jesus Christ to return. So, and another thing I was going to mention tonight that everybody ought to be expecting to come really soon. Hold on one second. All right, apologize for that pause. One thing that we should all be on the lookout for and expecting anytime soon is for the original Temple Mount that is there now to be blown up. And it'll be, of course, blown up by the Jews. It won't be attacked by Iran. Iran and Muslims, they revere holy sites. They don't, that's one thing about Muslims, even though they are, suicide bombers and do whatever they can to fight against what they declare is their enemy. Sometimes it's us, sometimes it's the Jews, sometimes it's whoever else they feel like they ought to try to conquer. They at least honor and revere holy sites. And that's why, even though the Muslims have been in charge of Jerusalem for so many decades now, centuries, I would say, that the Temple Mount is still there and intact and even restored. Like, they have done restorations on it when it took damage. Whenever the dome has a problem somewhere, they'll put new gold on it. Whenever the walls have a deformation somewhere, they will hire an artist to come in and they'll spare no expense and they'll have it fixed. Now, I'm not glazing Muslims here. What I'm saying is Jews have no regard for any of that stuff. They only pretend they do because they know, because remember, all of that is the Temple Mount and everything to do with over there all belongs to their enemies. Anything that was ever built over there was built by white people. Therefore, it all, whether it's the Roman Wall, whether it's the Temple Mount, whether it's one of the other cities, the sites that are ancient sites that have been unearthed, Jews know that all of that, Peter's mom's home and all these other places, they know that all of that is white people's buildings, white people's ancient sites. So Jews actually can't wait to blow up all of it, because after all, once the Temple Mount's gone and all of these ancient sites that we have recently unearthed in the last 100 or 200 years, once all of those are blown up, then there's just no history at all. Now, Jews should have already done that long ago, but they didn't have the strength back in the day, I guess, to pull it off, or it just wasn't part of their plan to try to do. So now that we're coming up on the last 3.5 years of white people's, rising up, they probably aren't going to bother with blowing up all the sites. They're just going to bother blowing up the Temple Mount, because after all, that will give them the excuse to start pretending to build the new third temple. And the thing is, what's going to keep their plan, I guarantee you this is the plan. I may be wrong, but I'm willing to put a whole week's paycheck on it, that their plan is to blow the Temple Mount up in the next, 6 months to a year. It'll happen this year, most likely. And once it's blown up, they will start building a new temple on that site, right? They'll start construction on it. They'll get scaffolding up. They'll have put on a big show like they're starting construction on it, right? But meanwhile, the third temple is already built. It's already been built and finished, and it's been finished since like 2018 or 2019, whenever it was when they sacrificed that red heifer. I think that wasn't even that long ago. I think it was actually only 2 or 3 years ago, not all the way back in 2018, 2019. It might have actually been in like the year 2023 or something, or 24. And so it wasn't all that long ago, if I recall. Now, maybe it was all the way back in 2018, but whatever the case, whenever that red heifer was originally sacrificed, now, they claim that they didn't. They claim that once the red heifer arrived, that they found black hairs on it, and so they declined to declare that it was perfect, and so they didn't sacrifice it. But they wouldn't have went to all that trouble to bring it to Jerusalem and then not do that. So, or bring it to wherever. They may not have brought it to Jerusalem, but brought it to over there, whether it's Tel Aviv or wherever they brought it. They wouldn't have bothered doing all of that without a rabbi or 5 or 50 already going there and observing the heifer themselves, inspecting every inch of the thing and declaring, yes, this thing is rocking. And not only that, if it's just a few black hairs, knowing how Jews bend the rules and twist the game and everything else, they would have just tweezers and plucked those few black hairs out so that they could declare, this thing is pure red heifer, it's good to go. And so guaranteed that story that they didn't sacrifice it back years ago, guaranteed that's not true. They did sacrifice the red heifer right exactly when they said they would. They also sacrificed a lamb a couple of years ago or something like that. And so what this is basically them signaling to all the Jews on the surface that aren't in the tunnels that the temple is built underground and that the sacrifices have begun. And so the sacrifices have already been going on, and the third temple is already built. But what they're going to do is they're going to blow up the Temple Mount, and they're going to tell all the U.S. troops, see, here's your evidence right here. Iran blew up the Temple Mount, which really it'll be the Jews who did it. Iran blew up the Temple Mount, and that proves right there. Now we've got to start rebuilding the third temple. We already have all this stuff to put in it that's sitting over here on display in this building that you goy can come look at any time. And so we're going to start construction on it. Well, what they're going to do is that construction on the surface for a third temple, where the Temple Mount is on the surface, is just going to be a decoy. And it's going to be a time delayer for the goy. So all of the goy will think the third temple isn't built yet. So the Antichrist isn't here yet. So we're not as close to Christ's arrival yet as what really in reality we will really be. They will think we may still have 7 years, 10 years, whatever, because after all, they're looking at the temple being rebuilt, the third temple, and it's not finished, says what according to them when they look at it on the surface. They observe that the third temple isn't finished being built. So therefore, they won't have any idea. Remember, when the persecution, when the great persecution comes, it's going to catch white people off guard. But it wouldn't if they had already had the temple rebuilt and were doing the sacrifices, and they watched Trump sit in the seat in 3.5 years and all that stuff and declare he's God. They wouldn't. They would know what timeline. They would know where the timeline is, right? Jews don't want white people knowing when the timeline is. White people would be aware and be like, oh, shit, third temple's built. They just finished sacrifices. I saw on CNN that Trump sat in the throne and declared he's God. All of us white people need to scramble. We got to blitz right now because we're about to be under attack worldwide in all of our white countries. And so Jews don't want us to be alarmed. They don't want us to know that the time is when it is. They want us to be offset from the time, thinking we have more time. And that way, the Jews are the only ones that know what the actual timeline is as far as the sequence of events that Christ told us to be looking for before his arrival, and especially for the Great Tribulation to happen and begin against white people. Because they want to be able to catch us off guard so that the maximum amount of white people will be killed and captured for slaves and sex slaves and all that. So, of course, they don't want white people knowing exactly the right timeline. They want us to be behind the timeline so that we're not prepared, so that we're not ready. And so when you see cucks in the cuckservative channels, and when you see anybody posting, a truther or whoever, posting that incorrect thing about the Jews are trying to force God's prophecy, that's actually not the case. So let them know that the reason why the Jews are doing it now is not because they're trying to force anything. It's because that is what prophecy says, and it is the time for them to begin. And remind them that Jude, the book of Jude, says that they are ordained to this condemnation. They are assigned by God. They are ordained by God to be the villains against us. And they understand this perfectly. Only white people don't understand their own holy Bible, their own instruction manual. Jews spend millions and trillions of hours collectively, and have for the last 2,200 years, studying our scriptures to be able to outwit white people with our own scriptures, to be able to make audacious claims about their own selves, and then and attribute things to themselves that are erroneous, and then use a reference of our Old Testament as their reference, when really they're just taking the piss at you. Anytime they refer to the Torah, or the Torah, as they like to call it, anytime they refer to that, they're not actually referring to the Torah. They're not referring to our Old Testament. They're actually referring to the Talmud. Now, they may still say a name of a book of our Old Testament and of a chapter and a verse, but when you go, like I've mentioned in other streams, if you were to go and read that verse and read the whole context of the story that verse is in, it will have nothing to do with what the Jew who used it as a reference for his little claim. It won't have anything to do with his claim at all. And there won't be any way to take what Bible verse and chapter and verse he used as his reference. There won't be any way to take that and apply it to his story, But they're counting on the goy being stupid and not looking up what they say. So they'll rattle off the verse perhaps, and the verse itself, taken out of context, may sound sort of vaguely like it supports their erroneous claim. But in truth and reality, if the goy would just go read the entire story that verse is involved in, the whole context of that story at the moment, they would see, plain as day, that the Jew is just making up a thing to apply to themselves and their story. Let me see. I noticed somebody else had chimed in. Let me walk back over here to the device. St. Phineas has chimed in. Hello, God bless you. And he said, God does not work on the Jews' timeline. Exactly. And that's what a lot of baby truthers and conservatives are now starting to talk about, but they're talking about it incorrectly. They don't seem to understand. Of course they don't understand. They don't understand their Holy Bible, so they don't realize that this is, in fact, the time. So it is time for the Jews to begin their war against us, to ramp it up, I should say, exponentially. And right now, it's going to be a gradient, right? They're going to work against us in a gradient amount. But eventually, once the 3.5-year mark hits, it will skyrocket exponentially. And when it skyrockets, it will be full peak. It will go from 0 to peak. Well, it'll essentially be such a peak that it will seem like right now is 0. So we're going to go from being persecuted as we are now to being under great persecution, as the Holy Bible calls it. And our Holy Bible doesn't mince words. So when it says great tribulation against us, that's what it really means. And so we will be under great trouble in another 3.5 years. That'll start around September, October of 2029. So be ready for that. Be prepared mentally. Make sure you prepare yourself physically as well somewhere. And by that, I just mean positioning on the earth somewhere. Get yourself somewhere safe and balkanized with white people as soon as you can. Because you're going to need time, like I've mentioned in other streams. You're going to want to have some time at your new place around your new white neighbors, because not all white people are good people. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I know y'all see videos every day, and I skip them on purpose, but sometimes they autoplay or whatever as I'm trying to scrabble past them, and it'll be some, white person getting in other white people's shit just because they're an asshole, and basically for no reason. Even though they think they have a reason, it's basically for no reason. And then we have our cucked leftists, who are rabid. And so not all white people are good people, and you're not going to want to be brand new somewhere right when the Great Tribulation kicks in. You won't want to be like freshly moved in. You won't know which white people are trustworthy. You may move next to white people and you think you're cool, and one of them's a freaking killer, or a sicko in the head. So, it's really hard to know who is safe and who isn't, who's good and who isn't these days, even among our own. And so when you do move away from the cities like Christ warned you to do when the times come, which is now, you definitely want to move sooner than later. You don't want to be, the closer you get to that 3.5 years from now, the longer you wait until the end of 2029 to move to where white people are, you're not going to have camaraderie with any of those new neighbors. You're going to be a new neighbor, and you might hopefully, and if you do, thankfully, have some good neighbors that embrace you right away and shower you with help and welcome. But, white people's guard is going to be up very high at the moment. And so some neighborhoods may happily welcome any and every white family that moves in. They're like, thank God, another white family to help keep our community going and da-da-da. It is going to be like that, but there will still be a lot of distrust among white people, because we know that a lot of our white people are rabid leftists and all these things, so they're going to want to be escaping persecution as well. So the leftists, the libs, the lesbians, the fags, all the shit are going to try to move out to where white people live among us. And, we don't want those kind moving out with us. We want them to stay in their utopian third world cityscape hellholes that they demanded to be brought to fruition. And so we want them to reap what they sow. We want them to stay put and be the victims, be the ones being attacked. I mean, of course, I don't really want that for any white people, but that is the justice that they demanded for their own selves to have come upon them. And so our Holy Bible says you reap what you sow. And so that is going to be their just desert. They demanded our countries be invaded. They demanded our white people be put down and made second-grade citizens and all these things beneath the non-whites and beneath the Jews, and they have basically sacrificed us and many of our little white children and babies to this false virtue that they've been duped into following, that was created by the Jews, of course, and is always fomented by them. It's always egged on by them. It's all the rallies are funded by them and organized, created by them. And so, when we have those types of white people try to move out to balkanize with white people, they're not going to be welcomed by the other white people. The other racially conscious white people are going to be like, no, you idiots are the ones who caused all of this ruin and destruction against us and against white people, so F you. You're not allowed to be here. If you do move in here, none of us are going to help you. None of us are going to be friendly with you because you're the piece of shit that caused all this. So there is going to be distrust among a lot of white people. A lot of white people, when you move out somewhere, they might think you're a lefty, and they may treat you as such because they're going to be super pissed off at the lefties, and they're not going to want any of them in their neighborhoods, So I'm just saying all that to say that you definitely want to get moved sooner than later and get yourself established somewhere around some white people, around your new neighbors, get to know them a little bit. You don't have to get too close with them, because you never know. Like I said, you're having to meet total strangers. Some white people are total nutbags. So, you may end up moving next to not so great white people, and I hope that doesn't happen to you. I wish you better than that. But, the fact is some white people are just assholes, and I experience that a lot because I purposely go out of my way to only patron places that hire white people, and that includes gas stations, food joints, everywhere. Anywhere I go, I will drive 30 extra miles. I don't care how far extra I have to drive. I will drive the extra many miles to eat somewhere that I'm not burned out on, that hires white people, or is owned by a white person, and therefore a lot of white people work there, which isn't always the case, but you know what I mean. And so I try to only patron places that have a white staff, and that is difficult. It's not impossible. It's just a little difficult. And so I go out of my way to do all that, and I hope all of you do too. And so trying to think of a good way to word this here. It's basically that, we're not going to just be able to know who we move next to is good or not. So when I go, and my example was I go out of my way to go to all these all white places, to eat or to do business and, patron there for whatever things I need. But you'll run into, as you start balkanizing with white people, you'll run into the fact that a lot of white people are already grim attitude. They've already been beaten down. They've already had a tough life. And so now they just have a bad attitude all the time. They're not very friendly. Sometimes they get nosy and get in people's business, start acting like a Jew. And so you're going to run across, as I've ran across a lot of asshole white people, and it's a real disappointment because, we spend all of our time caring about our people and giving a shit about our people, and we've even sacrificed friends and family, or not sacrificed them, but we've had to lose friendships with family and friends, because we're standing our ground for white people. And it's very disheartening when you first balkanize with white people and you discover that there are so many asshole white people, so many white people who are, shitty at their job because they don't realize, how the non-whites are hungry for their job, and they'll work, they'll be more polite to the customers than them. They'll do their job more correct than a lot of white people will. And so a lot of white people don't feel threatened yet. They don't feel like they're under threat of being replaced yet. And all of those white people, they typically are too relaxed at their jobs. They don't perform all that well at their jobs. They don't give very good customer service. And so I've had to swallow that bitter pill after I balkanized with white people. And, even the white people I live around, there are some that are not very choice, And I have to accept that those are my people, and I have to just deal with it that way and mentally. And I try to remind myself that, blacks, when they see one of the, say it's a black that, tries to mind his business, tries not to chimp out, tries not to assault and attack white women anywhere he goes, has a black wife, maybe has a kid, the abnormal ones, the anomalous ones. Imagine yourself being one of them and then seeing, all the other blacks acting a fool and acting like beasts and destroying shit and attacking white people. They feel the same way that I would about when I go to some white establishment and the whites aren't performing like they should. They don't act white enough and all those things. Not saying they act like wiggers, but they just don't perform. They don't go out of their way. They're not good at their job anymore. And so, when you balkanize with white people, you're going to experience a lot of shitty white people. And you're going to experience them at places you patron, places you eat. But don't let that get you down, because our white people have lived through hell. And so a lot of those white people who give you attitude or things like that, you can't imagine what all has went on in their own life, and if you could just understand what all they've already swallowed in their lives as white people, even though they're not aware of the fact that most of their problems probably came from non-whites existing in our country and from Jews ruling over us, they still, are bitter and upset at the world or just hating life. And so they interact with you in the public that same way. So just something to be aware of and prepare your mind for it, okay? In fact, one of the very first things that happened to me when I first moved out of the city and moved out to the country, and, I was so excited to be out there. I was so excited to be around white people everywhere I went. I'm seeing white people. I'm like, oh, my gosh, it feels like I'm in the 80s again. This is amazing, and really gave me a lot of hope. But the second night that I lived out there, I took my girl out to eat. We had a nice dinner, and we're driving back home, just trying to drive the speed limit and obey the rules because, the cops don't play. We're out where we moved out to, and they're very much a speed trap area out where I lived. And so, I'm driving just 5 over the speed limit, and just, we're just rolling home, and it's a wide open, empty road, 2-lane road. And here comes this big lifted mutter truck, and dude runs right up my ass. I mean, literally all I could see in my rear window was his daggum front license plate, novelty license plate or whatever. And, headlights are blasting my whole car, and he's literally like an inch from my bumper. And so, at the time, I was fresh from the city. I had just moved I'd only been in the country 48 hours. And so in the city, I'm used to, if a non-white, it's always a non-white that caused me a problem, I'll handle it right then. So, this dude's riding my ass, and I was still in city mode. So I immediately, when I got to an intersection where I was going to turn, I gave it right as I was coming to a stop. I stopped a little short, a little harder right at the end to let him know to get off my ass. Well, that just made him get even closer. And so I ended up hopping out of the car. And I stopped the car and I hopped out. And I'm like, yo, man, stay the fuck off my ass, bro. And he had a gun, and waved it out the window or whatever, he did with it. And I was reminded, oh, yeah, I'm in the country. Everybody's armed out here. And white people are nuts, and they'll draw on you right away, especially on another white person. So they're way less a white person, a country white person is way less hesitant to pull a gun on a white person than he is on a non-white. As crazy as that sounds, it's really true. So I I was like, yeah, that's right. You got to pull a gun, pussy. He's like, otherwise I'll pull you out of that truck and work your ass right here in the road. And, I just said my piece and got back in my car. But he didn't ride my ass the rest of the way. And, the thing is, that was just the first 48 hours I was there. The second night I was out in the country around nothing but white people, trying to enjoy it, trying to, be grateful that I'm finally there and that I escaped the non-whites and escaped the city and did what Jesus told us to do. And I did all that back in 2018, not even thinking Christ was coming for, 200 more years plus. But I knew I didn't belong in the city. I knew it was dangerous for my woman and I to be, living in the city among non-whites. And so I wanted us to get out, regardless of whether Christ was coming very soon or not coming for 200 and something more years, because that's what he told us to do anyway. He was telling us to do it, though, when we saw the signs of the times. But that's just for all the people who hadn't already done it. Really, it's a good idea to do it sooner than later. And, but, again, you're going to be disappointed by a lot of white people when you balkanize and move out with white people in the country. You are going to be disappointed by a lot of white people. You're going to be let down by some white people's behavior toward you and things. And it is discouraging and disheartening because you try so hard for white people, you care so much about white people, and yet they don't have any concept of caring about white people. They only care about, country people who are white that live out in the country. They only care about themselves and their friend network. Their people they know, close family friends and all those things, neighbors, if they're cool with the neighbors. But everybody else, the people in the country, don't give a damn about if you're white. So, it is a little disheartening for pro-white individuals to, have to move out to the country and interact with white people who many have a shitty attitude. But I hope that doesn't happen for any of you. I hope that the Lord blesses each of you to find a nice place around nice white people who are pleasant and welcoming and helpful and friendly and neighborly toward you. But just prepare your mind, though, that it's not going to be all roses and peaches when you're suddenly out in the country living among only white people. You are going to run into shitty white people, perhaps, and it's just there's nothing we can really do about it except swallow it. And ever since, I had that encounter with that country guy that night, from then on, not because he pulled a gun necessarily, but just because I felt unbrotherly. I thought, I knew better than to start shit with my own fellow white guy. I knew that big lifted truck would be a white dude. I should have just let him ride my butt like he was doing and maintained my pace so that he wouldn't hit my car until he finally turned off on whatever road he needed to go down. And I should have just let it be, And so ever since then, if I have some big lifted truck run up my butt or any of those things, I just have to, collect myself, collect my anger and my, because we know they're not acting white. We know they're acting like a third worlder when they drive like an idiot in traffic. I saw a white guy the other day. He cut me off. He ran right up behind my ass, and then he whipped around me and cut me off just to be between me and the car in front of me when we were all in bumper-to-bumper traffic. There was nowhere for him to go. And I was pissed. I'm like, this fucking guy. But I saw that it was a white dude as he went around me. And I'm like, man. So I had to just let it go. And that's what, when I mentioned the blacks thing earlier, the anomalous black that behaves himself for the most part and hasn't chimped out yet in life, right, against white people. When he has some black cut him off in traffic, driving like a maniac through the cars in rush hour and almost hitting everyone and driving like a third worlder, he has to just shake his head and let it go because he knows that's his own kind. And he don't want his own kind being, getting any kind of grief from the cops, from white people and all this shit. Well, we have to kind of be the same way. We have to, I'm not saying we should turn our head when white people commit heinous crimes or do foul shit to other white people. What I mean is the petty things like riding our ass that will really irritate most white people who are already on edge, who are pro-white, who absorb all of this negativity that happens to white people every day. A lot of us are more volatile than the typical white person because we absorb so much of that negativity to hear about it, read about it, report about it to other white people. And so we have so few white pills that we ever get to enjoy that we live in a state of constant absorption of negativity against our people. Bad news every day, 5 times a day, 25 times a day. And so it's going to be very easy for you to, be inclined to snap back at a white person who is committing some kind of petty offense against you. But just know that you are going to encounter that once you balkanize out into the country with white people. And the occasional dickhead like that, you're just going to have to let it go. Just let it go as best you can. Just when you start feeling the anger build immediately from them running up your ass and staying on your ass, or from them cutting you off, and they might even give you the finger and hang out the window hollering at you and talk shit to you, or road rage you or something. Just do your best to get away from them and subdue the situation so that you don't end up in some kind of mega conflict against another white person that after you spend all your time trying to save white people. It's just not worth it. So better for us to be able to swallow our pride and allow and absorb our own ego and allow that white person to fuck up a little bit and inconvenience us a little bit with being upset or angry or whatever at them, and let them get on about their way. Get them, let them go around you, let them get on ahead of you. If the Lord, if they go acting too much of a fool, the Lord's going to reprove them on his own anyway, or their own idiocy will cause them a problem further up the road somewhere else on their own. But don't let it be you that they cause a problem to, And Deb of Christ has stopped by. Hello, dear. God bless you, and thanks for chiming in. I hope you are well, and I hope your family is well. Slow Boy Whiteboard has chimed in. Hello, God bless you. Happy Sabbath, or not Happy Sabbath. God bless you, and thank you for chiming in tonight. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry for anybody who's chiming in now or just joining in who saw that I put Monday on the thing. I wasn't trying to see if y'all or try to keep you all on your toes. I genuinely just messed up and forgot that it is actually Tuesday night, not Monday night. I lost track of a day because I was working overnight, and it got my days all messed up on me by a day. So I guess I'll correct it after the stream is over. But yeah, whatever. Maybe the incorrect day will trigger somebody that normally wouldn't chime in to click and just to let me know that I'm wrong. But I love you all. God bless you all. I'm very glad for all of you who visit tonight and who chime in. And so that's my piece about balkanizing with white people. A heads up about that, and an encouragement to you all to, be able to swallow the negativity that you might receive from some white people once you do balkanize, but definitely get out to the country as soon as possible. Other things about the war, to digress all the way back to it, of course, Trump has been saying, oh, we destroyed all our shit, and they haven't hurt us at all and all this. But meanwhile, Middle East Eye and other, anti-J websites have been showing all this devastation that's in Tel Aviv, and our U.S. forces' radar has all been destroyed. Of course, they're wasting millions of dollars of our money per missile to drop missiles and bombs on balloons that look like helicopters and spray-painted jets that are spray-painted on the concrete of runways. And so through attrition, they're basically trying to weaken or wear down our munitions. And it's a brilliant tactic. The balloon helicopters, these huge life-size balloon helicopters, wow, those things are crazy. Whoever came up with that idea is a fucking whiz. And whoever actually made the damn things, they look like real military helicopters. I mean, they're legit looking. And they're just fucking inflatables. And then, spray painting the shape of jets sitting on the ground and all that, or on the concrete. Man, what a slick idea. I don't know why, but it just never dawned on me that would be, such a clever technique, such a good idea. And it certainly is. It's working. And, I'm not cheering on the U.S. to lose, but what I'm cheering on is for Israel, for the Jews, I should say, not Israel, but for the Jews to, not get as much as they want out of each attack. And I want, their part of Palestine that they are enjoying, of course, to be destroyed, because they want our countries destroyed, and they destroyed Gaza. So I just reciprocate that emotion and want their whole entire area that they enjoy destroyed. Stand by. All right, never mind. So, while Trump's telling everyone that, we already won, it's already over, it's a done deal, all the magatards are like, you heard him, it's already over, it's a done deal, easy breezy, just another Cuba, just another Venezuela, just another whatever. Just a few days of a quick attack. Meanwhile, Trump is completely contradicting everything he said all the way up till now. All through the years, he criticized every president for, not doing what he's doing now, or not doing what he's not doing either, or for doing something that he's also doing now. And so, regime changing, nation building, election interference, undeclared wars, all of these things he used to talk shit about. Now he's the king of all of those. And the biggest fan of all of them, by the way. So, but of course, the Trump conservatives are all doing mental gymnastics, to defend it all. And, one disappointment that I've had in the last few days is Asmongold. I don't know if he got the call or if he got his $7,000 or something per video recently, but this dude's been, on the Jew America side against the Iranians, and a lot of his videos have been posting that. So I was all pro Asmongold while he was exploring the Epstein files and helping expose those on his channel. But ever since he went pro-Trump, war against Iran and all this, I had to pull support from him on that and stop watching his videos and all that. If he mentions Epstein files or something like that, I'll go ahead and click it to give him his view and give him his like. But anytime he's doing the pro-Trump, pro-war with Iran crap like he's doing now, I don't give those clicks. I don't want him to have my click. And so I don't know what's going on with him, but it figures after I gave him praise on my channel, now the dude has went freaking stupid on us. So, man, so frustrating when they do that. Elijah did that. Freaking this dude, some other YouTuber, a couple other YouTubers I've recommended did that shit. And so it's very frustrating. It gets to a point where I don't even want to mention any YouTubers and when they're doing a good job for our people, because then they just start freaking flopping on us. Thankfully, the others are still hanging in there. Ian Carroll and Jake Shields. I haven't mentioned him before. He's been doing really great, except his most recent video, one of his most recent videos, he did a compilation with a bunch of mongrels and non-whites talking about it's us against the Jews or whatever. And it's like, no, dude. All those mongrels and non-whites are in our country because of the Jews and at our expense. They're not on our side. And they're just grifting us to think we are. So hopefully Jake will realize that at some point and will stop. But, you know, he's a sports cuck. He's a MMA fighter and all that, or UCF, whatever, or UFC, whatever they call that. He was one of those type of fighters. And so he has all this admiration for all these other non-whites who've ever, you know, been like big time good at fighting and all this crap. And I don't give a fuck if every non-white is the greatest fighters on earth and can jump 50 feet in the air while they're standing still. I don't give a shit. I don't care if they're physically better than us in every way. They get zero admiration of mine. So, you know, for Jake Shields to still, you know, listen to them, collaborate with them, admire some of them and all that is just a waste of his time. And hopefully he will realize that over time, sooner than later, hopefully. Because after all, he is starting to become pro-white, so hopefully he will have that, you know, super obvious epiphany at some point that, oh yeah, all these mongrels and non-whites that pretend they're on my side are all here at my expense against my wishes because the Jews brought them here. So there's that. So yeah, disappointed in Asmongold for the moment. Ian Carroll's still hanging in there well. And I don't know much about the other big YouTubers that I've mentioned because a lot of them haven't really posted anything. I don't think Longo's posted anything for a while. But, you know, all this hubbub where we're starting to see more and more of these, what we thought were on our side, pro-white people, starting to kind of drift back to cheering on Trump and being pro-U.S. military to win against. And, you know, I see the conundrum that we're in. I see the mental pickle that the Jews have us in where, you know, if you don't support the U.S. troops, well, then you're anti-American, you're unpatriotic, right, and all this bullshit. But that's not true, and that's just not the case for any of us. We are pro-America and patriotic because we don't want our men over there being spent, literally their lives being spent, our money being wasted, our equipment over there instead of here defending our country from the non-whites who want to come here by the billions. And, you know, our government's selling us down the river all at the same time. So, you know, for any of these supposed pro-white people, now I'm not saying Asmongold was pro-white, but he was at least becoming anti-Jew because of the Epstein files and all those things. And once you become anti-Jew and you're white, it isn't a very big step to make to have the epiphany that, oh yeah, I need to be pro-white. I need to tribe up. And so Asmongold hasn't had that epiphany yet, as Jake Shields hasn't either, perhaps. And so, but God bless him and Godspeed to him. And I'm so grateful that Jake Shields has used his platform and his connections to have such great guests on, have so many guests on talking about our enemy and talking about their plans against us, talking about things that they've already committed against us in the past. Very grateful to Jake Shields and his channel for donating his channel to that. He could be just talking about fighting and stay focused only on that stuff, and he would probably get a lot of views that way, maybe more. But instead, he's actually just like Ian Carroll dedicated his channel to start worrying about Epstein files and all those things. He's actually, Jake Shields has taken his platform and is now using it to help fight against Zionism, a.k.a. Judaism. They are the same thing. Anytime you see in a comment section, you'll see some conservative put Judaism or Zionism is not Judaism. They're two different things. No, they are not. Zionism is exactly and specifically Judaism, and Judaism is Zionism. Zionism is Judaism. Judaism is Zionism. They are literally synonyms. There is no difference between them because Judaism is the Talmud and Zionism is the Talmud. So there is no, it's like calling a Christian a white person or a white person a Christian, even if, you know, of course, a lot of white people aren't necessarily Christians, but that's what white people were called by the non-whites for a long period. Once they had heard us walking around calling ourselves Christians back in the day when we weren't cucked yet. And so when we weren't cucked back, you know, hundreds of years ago, 100 years ago and beyond, we were known as Christians because every white person you ran across was Christian. If you were non-white and you encountered white people for the first time, they would introduce themselves to the non-whites as the word Christians. And so they didn't call themselves white people, you know? And so, but what I mean is just Judaism and Zionism, of course, everyone at this channel already understands this. I'm just reiterating it for anyone who doesn't understand that, who might listen in, and to encourage you all to make the correction. Reprove anyone you see in the comments, whoever puts that, because it's just not true. Judaism and Zionism are exactly the same thing. They are perfect synonyms. You could use either word anytime. They are completely exchangeable. And so people believe, no, that's not true, because you have the Hasidic Jews, and they are against Zionism, and they are against having Israel as a home state for themselves. Bullshit. Bullshit. It's 100% a lie. Another Jewish lie. Jewish lie number 845,745,815,646,731. There are only two types of Jews: Zionists and Jews who pretend that they are not Zionists. That's the Hasidic ones. But all of them benefit from having a home state of Israel. It's retarded to believe that any Jew would not be okay with the fact that their people are finally conquering an area, even though they're using us to do it. They're conquering an area, clearing an area for their own selves to have their own race's home state. And they're doing it at the holy site over there that used to be holy. It's no longer holy because white people don't live there anymore. But because of our past there, they, all the non-whites, the Arabs, the Jews, they all consider that still to be the holy place. And even white people are cucked into believing that. But really, anywhere white people exist is holy. And anywhere white people have left behind is just our leftovers. That's our ruins. That's our remains. That's our forgotten trash heap. And so I'm not saying that where Jesus died and the Temple Mount, all those things are a trash heap. But for us, white people, that site was holy while we were there. Once white people leave a place that's holy, God has no reason to continue dwelling there because he only concerns himself with us. So wherever we go, God goes as well. Now, granted, God isn't with us. What I mean by God is with us is it is God, but it's the Holy Ghost. Okay? The Holy Ghost is God's representative. He is Jesus Christ's vicar, not the Pope like the Catholic Church claims that the Pope is. The Holy Ghost is Jesus Christ's vicar, his stand-in until Christ returns. And so wherever white people go, the Holy Ghost comes with us. And anywhere we are not, the Holy Ghost doesn't bother with. The Holy Ghost is not at the Temple Mount, blessing it, keeping it safe with all the non-whites walking around it. The Holy Ghost only concerns himself with white people. So the Holy Ghost goes where white people are, and that's where the Holy Ghost dwells. The Holy Ghost doesn't dwell anywhere where Arabs and Jews live, and that includes everywhere in Israel. That even includes right where Christ was sacrificed. It includes all of it. The Mount of Olives, the Temple Mount, all of it. The Holy Ghost does not reside there. There's no white people there for the Holy Ghost to concern himself with. And so those sites, even though we are duped to still calling them holy sites, and they would be if white people still had control of them and still dwelled there and still cared for those places, then they would still be holy sites. But since they are just white people's ruins, white people's leftovers, white people's left behinds, they do not hold the status of holy like The United States of America does. Europe does. Canada does. Russia does. New Zealand does. And Australia does. So that's the big difference. And so let me get over here to the chat and just make sure. Let me get back over here to the device and see if anybody else has chimed in. I want to not say hello to people. Okay, I think I have said hello to everyone. Nobody new has chimed in. Okay, and I'll get to y'all's comments here in a minute. I just wanted to blast these few things out early on, and then I'll, of course, have discussion with you all about what all you have commented. But since I wanted to do kind of a shorty tonight, because I need to basically get myself in a proper sleep cycle. I have to be up early the day after tomorrow. And so I'm trying to get to bed at a decent hour tonight so that I will get up early tomorrow so that my body clock is readjusted after working overnight. And so I just wanted to say those few things, get those out there. And, mostly because of all the hubbub that's been going on about the war and about Jews telling our troops and the federal or our administration and the government telling our troops that they are fighting the final holy war to bring Jesus back. And it's wild because that's literally true. They're actually being honest to the troops without the troops realizing it. Only they're saying it a wrong way. What they should be saying is, hey, yes, this war is not going to cause, but this war is the war that is going to happen in prophecy before Christ arrives. But this war actually is going to bring the Antichrist first. And all these conservatives, it's so pathetic that all the magatards and all the shit don't comprehend their Holy Bible. It literally told us all of our lives, we've all known, and all of those conservative magatards have known, that their Holy Bible says that the Antichrist comes first. And that a whole bunch of white people will believe that he is the Savior. Well, look at how white people worship Trump. Okay? And Trump has the hubris and the gall to sit in the throne in 3.5 years and declare himself to be God. He's already told the magatards on live TV more than once in the same interview, in the same questioning, that he knows he's not going to heaven. That means he knows he's not holy. He knows he's not righteous. He knows not only is he not holy and not righteous, but that he's actually the Antichrist. So, and I like to remind people that in our Holy Bible, the Antichrist is named Abaddon. People mispronounce it and say Abaddon or Abaddon, but it's just break it up a little bit. Just separate the letters out. It's a bad dawn. A bad dawn. Now, most people would say, oh, well, dawn means king. Well, okay, dawn means king, but in this case, the Bible has literally named the guy. And it told you the mark of the beast will be the star of Remphan. He said that the mark of the beast is the number of a man, 666. Well, that's the symbol of the Jews. That's the star of Remphan. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 intersections. So this is the symbol that will be, everybody wonders, what will the beast system symbol be? What will be the mark of the beast? Well, the mark of the beast will be the star of Remphan. And what they will do, the Jews eventually here really soon, especially now that they have all these magatard conservatives worshiping them, they will very soon say, if you stand with Israel, you should wear the symbol on your forehead. You know how the Catholics do Ash Wednesday and they let the Pope, or not the Pope, but they let their local bishop or cardinal or whoever thumb some ashes on their forehead in the shape of a cross. Well, the Jews are going to do the same thing. And in fact, the Jews are who caused that whole thing in Catholicism also. So the Jews are going to do that same thing, but they're going to say, look, like right now, it's if you stand with Jews, you post a blue square on your, your social media profile and on your comments or whatever on social media. If you put a black or a blue square, that's to let everyone know that you stand with the Jews, right? Well, that's going to ramp up very high soon. And the Jews are going to say, look, we need to know who's on our team and who isn't. And so if you're willing to wear the Star of David, as they're going to call it, they're not going to call it the Star of Remphan. They want white people to stay duped about what the star means. So they're going to say, if you stand with us and you're on our side, please wear our symbol on your forehead. And that will cause a lot of white people who are already worshiping them now to accept and do that. And then if you are not a white person, okay, it says you'll get it in your forehead or in your hand. Well, most white people are going to be suckered into wearing it on their forehead. But some white people will be like, no, I don't believe Judaism necessarily and all that. I'm a Catholic. I'm a whatever, like how Carrie Prejean said. And she said straight up, I don't accept Zionism. I don't think I don't think Israel is the biblical Israel or any of that stuff. But she still wants to be able to buy and sell, be able to buy food, be able to buy gasoline for a car, be able to do all that stuff. You'll have to get the mark on your hand. And that will show that, look, even though I'm not fighting for the Jews, I'm agreeing with their beast system so that I can still buy and sell and live in this economy that they have commandeered. And so that will be the reality coming very soon for white people. And, of course, non-whites will wear the symbol too, but it won't matter because the Holy Bible doesn't concern itself with non-whites. So when it's talking about Revelation and it's talking about whether we will have to have the ones who do take the mark of the beast will either have to take it have it on the forehead or on their hand, it's only talking about white people. And so it won't matter whether all the world's non-whites wear it or all the world's non-whites don't wear it, because the persecution will be for white people. The Great Tribulation is white people's tribulation, and part of that tribulation will be the demand that white people wear the mark of the beast, the mark of their Star of Remphan on your body. So, and they'll probably start it off with something like wearing a headband. They'll be like, oh, wear this headband, and we call it a Gentile crown. They'll say they'll give it some flattering, some like cheesy flattering name to dupe conservatives into wanting to wear one. And it'll be like your typical Richard Simmons freaking sweatband that goes on your forehead or something, and you just wear it with the little symbol of the star right there, And for your hand, they might have like some whatever, either they like print it on you with just a stamp and then the ink stays for a really long time before you need it refreshed, or it could be that it's just like a wristband, same thing like the headband, but maybe a wristband or a bracelet, and has the Star of Remphan on it. It'll have to have the star, though. It's not like how the Jews wear the little red string. That's Kabbalism or Kabbalism, whatever you want to call it. That's a separate thing. But for white people who will be, demanded and expected to wear the Star of Remphan on them, it will have to be the Star of Remphan. It won't be some other symbol. It'll be exactly as God said. The symbol is a number of a man. And so it is that symbol. So, and what's crazy is, it is kind of wild because the Bible says the word man, and Jews aren't technically mankind anymore because they're mongrels. So I do find it mildly curious that, the Bible uses that exact word to describe, the Jews as a whole. But for whatever reason, and perhaps we're wrong. Perhaps the translation of the word to the word man in English is not a proper translation of that word. Perhaps that's one of the Schofield tricks from the 1920s, where they've changed that out to be, oh, it's the number of a man. Really, it would be the number of the beast, because they are the beast system, you know, and Judaism is the beast. So like I've said before in other videos and on streams, that the beast system, Christ called it the beast system because it won't be white man's government anymore. It'll be Judaism used and using our established law structure as its own, and it will fill itself with beasts who are the judges, the congresspersons, the senators, the mayors, the city commissioners, the board members, the police chiefs and sheriffs and Supreme Court judges, and all these things will be filled with beasts and, you know, with the occasional shaboskoy. So, but they are already reduced down to beast level because of their, you know, involvement and an acceptance of Judaism and the obeying it and bowing to it. So, those things are coming in the near future. Jews will expect and demand that everyone start wearing the Star of Remphan on their forehead or their hand in order to show, quote, solidarity with the Jews, as they'll say. And so I can't tell you exactly when that's coming, but I know it's coming very soon. And so, because after all, everything has to happen in this next 7 years. So whether it happens during white people's 3.5 years on our side, or whether it starts right after the Great Tribulation begins, and it does honestly look like it will not happen until the Great Tribulation begins. I think that's part of the Great Tribulation. I think that's part of what will cause it to be a Great Tribulation, because many white people will refuse it, and those people will be beheaded as soon as Jews can get their hands on them. And so, and those will be the martyrs, y'all. So don't be afraid to be beheaded for Jesus, because your suffering, your problems, your complications in life, it'll all be over with. You know, all you've got to do is stand there and be brave enough and have enough courage to make it all the way through the line, and then put your head on the guillotine when it's your turn, and say, and let the Lord know, I'm coming home. I'm doing this for you, Lord Jesus Christ. And let them know, you know, Jesus is going, you're all going to be apologizing to Jesus and all of us very soon. And just happily be a martyr, you know. Now that's if you get caught. I don't want you to get caught. I want you to actually be one of the soldiers of Christ who obeyed what Christ said and fled the city on time and balkanized yourself on time and put yourself in a position to be warring against the Jews. But, you know, either way is a glorious honor. If you are beheaded in the name of Jesus Christ, you're a martyr, and you will be a saint in heaven. You will have a kingdom in heaven all your own, with many others underneath you, and you will rule over them, and you will be a good king, a good ruler, and they will all love you and appreciate your rulership. And you will never rule incorrectly over the people who are saved, who live in the kingdom underneath you. And they will never grow envious of you. Everything will be perfect. If you're a soldier for Christ and you obeyed what his instructions were and did flee the city in time and did balkanize with people by default in time and did war against the Jews all the way to the end, and maybe you get shot to death or blown up by a freaking missile attack or whatever, you're also a martyr for Jesus Christ. But you were additionally a soldier, so you're also going to get another level. Remember, a lot of the people who get beheaded for Jesus, many of them will be soldiers who are captured in battle. But many white people who are beheaded in the name of Jesus will be people who did not obey Christ's instructions. They either had no intention to ever try to move from the city and flee like Christ said, or they told themselves, I've still got time. I've still got more time. I just need a little more time. I'm almost out of time. Oh, I'm out of time. Okay, I got to figure out something now. And those will be the people who most of those will be the ones who are beheaded, because even though they believe in Jesus Christ, they didn't actually obey what he said to do. And so, I think that the ones of us who aren't beheaded, but in fact, instead listened to what he said and obeyed what he said and went out and balkanized with white people and then warred against the Jews and died in battle, I say that we are going to get a higher seat than even the martyrs will. But, could I be wrong? Sure. And either way, it doesn't matter. We're both going to have high honors in heaven. We're both going to be called great in heaven during our mortal trial, whether it's you lined up, caught, captured, rounded up by the Jews, and now your head's in the guillotine and you smile and say, I love you, Jesus Christ, I'm coming home. Or if you have balkanized, obeyed what he said, got out of the cities, and now you're warring against the Jews, and then some Apache helicopter comes along and blows you up and Waco's you or whatever, well, you still died a martyr of Jesus Christ. You were battling the Jews in the name of Jesus Christ, and so you will not only be a martyr, but you will also be a soldier who is decorated as such in the kingdom. And so I say that it's better, and our Holy Bible says it's better, to obey what Jesus said, and not only that, you're going to be, by obeying what Jesus said, Christ told you his yoke is easy. So if you obey what Christ says, the war against the Jews for you, the great tribulation times, will not be nearly as bad for you as it will be for all the cucked whites, all the lefty whites who are immediately slaughtered, and all the females are captured as sex slaves, and all their little girls and kids and boys will all be captured as sex slaves. You and your children will be out in the country, balkanized with white people. And while y'all might get Waco'd at some point, at least for the 3.5 years during all the lefties being persecuted like hell, they'll be going through absolute hell. And you'll be living out in the country in peace and tranquility until the war finally makes it to your little sleepy area. And it could go down slightly different than that. It could go down that they do a nationwide attack and bomb every freaking thing of America all at once, or something like that. But again, if Christ was mistaken or just wrong in general, then you wouldn't have to listen. But Christ gave us specific instructions. He said, flee the cities. That means the cities are where all the freaking most horrific crap against white people is going to take place. Why? Because that's where all the non-whites are. And that's why Jews have been steadily leveling entire forests while they, grifted against white people and shamed white people for the last 20 years for cutting down a single tree anywhere. Now they're clearing entire forests of trees to build brand new neighborhoods to bring 1 billion non-whites to America. And so now, like I said, they've been flying them in by the jumbo jet full every day. White people think that non-whites are being deported, which they are not. And I said all the way back before Trump got put back in office again, while Biden was still in office and Trump was running again and during the election, I warned everyone back then, and most all of you already understood this, that by Trump getting back in office, that would make white people think they're winning again and put their feet up, and Trump would put on a big show and claim that all these non-whites are being deported. Meanwhile, no non-whites are being deported, and like I said in every stream and every video I've ever talked about it, the non-whites are landing here by the jumbo jet full, 225 per jet, and they're landing every 5 minutes in every airport, major airport, across our country. That's what all these brand new apartment complexes and houses are for. Who the hell do you think they're for? They're not for white people. They're celebrating our decline while they're building apartment complex after apartment complex after apartment complex. And I was Google AIing the other day. I was having a conversation with Google AI, and I got it to tell me how many new apartment complexes and how many new neighborhoods are being built in America right now that aren't complete but are under construction. And it said over 1 million. It said over 1 million units. All right. So then I knew it was way more than that. So I was like, all right, well, how many completed and opened last year? How many were finished last year in the year 2025 and opened? And it was like 1.7 million units or something, right? So every year they're building at least, I would say, because remember, the iceberg effect, there's plenty that's not going reported. And so Google AI is only going by what's reported. So knowing because of the iceberg effect and everything else, most likely there are, probably 5 to 6 million units being built every year or more. And because of that, we know that they're doing that for the non-whites. They're not building them for white people. So, hold on one second. Thought I heard something out in the woods there. So, we have all of this construction happening everywhere, building all these places for all these more non-whites to come live. And so that's why it's crucial that because they've figured out that they don't want white people being able to balkanize out in the country all by ourselves together where there are no non-whites to attack us. That's why they're clearing entire forests out in the rural areas to move non-whites out there, particularly blacks, because they know the blacks are who will happily attack white people once they're given the signal to do so. And that's why you don't see all these brand new neighborhoods being built out in the middle of nowhere where the white people live by themselves in these sleepy little rural areas. You don't see them move millions of Muslims out there. You don't see them move millions of, Mexicans out there. They're moving blacks out there. And that's because blacks are the ones they want to use as the primary soldiers against white people. They know that blacks are happily super predators against white people, way more so than Spics or whoever else. And so that's why they know the blacks will be the most effective weapon against us. So, obeying Christ's word and getting out of the cities is going to be the number one thing. It should be the number one priority for you at this time. If you have already made it out of the city and you are already balkanized out in the country with white people, first of all, good job to you. And secondly, now, since you've already completed that part, the main thing you do now is try to get yourself situated where you, and also study your area, all right? Learn escape routes from your home, all right? Figure out where you can flee directly from your house and either dip into woods or dip to somewhere underground. If you have a bridge near you, figure out an escape route from your house to that bridge to at least get underneath it while perhaps other things are going on. Now, being under a bridge is not going to be the greatest place to hide, really. But if it's all you have around, then, hey, it's better than nothing. If you are forced to stay in a city all the way until the Great Tribulation comes, long before that time, in this next 3.5 years, you need to be carefully studying. Really, you should be spending your time trying to get out of the city. But if you are just gung-ho to not obey Christ's instruction, or you truly think it's genuinely impossible for you to do, even though you shouldn't think that way, and you should be trying to do it, if for whatever reason you're forced to stay in the city, and you know you're going to be stuck there when the Great Tribulation comes 3.5 years from now, you need to have already studied how to get underground from your place. You need to figure out where the closest manholes are. You need to, look it up on Google, see if you can find a map that's already public knowledge of the sewer system. You may run into some Jews while you're down there, but better that you run into them down in the tunnels than be on the surface where all the wickedness is going to be taking place. Blacks aren't going to go down in the sewer. They're just going to be hunting any white person on the surface they can find. So, you need to plan routes to be able to bug out, okay? And don't just pick one route. You may think, oh, there's only one good route from my house to some safer area, some wooded area, some underground thing or whatever. But that, you can't count on just that one escape route, because that one escape route may be where they park. And now you can't go that freaking way. So you need to map out your area very well and figure out where the best places are for you to escape from your house and get directly to, or not necessarily directly to, but if you're roundabout way, indirectly, however you got to do it, you need to figure out multiple paths from your house to safe places. You need to determine where those safe places are so that you can then determine the routes from your house to those places. And you're going to have to do it on foot. You're not going to be able to drive a car. You're not going to be able to hop on a dirt bike or in a side-by-side like Cody thinks and all that. You're going to have to be on foot, because any type of powered vehicle, whether it's electric powered or engine powered, you will be found out, or you will be seen right away. You will be caught right away. So you're going to have to be on foot. You're going to have to do a lot of military crawling on your stomach kind of shit to stay ultra low. I recommend having a bug out little fold out trailer, one of those little pull behind wagon trailers that collapses down because it's just soft goods and made of metal sticks or whatever, and can collapse down. That way it takes up very little space when you don't need it yet, but when it comes time, you can pop it open and throw some food in it, throw some supplies in it, and be on your way. At some point, you'll have to abandon the wagon, or you'll have to find a good hiding place for it that you can come back to it whenever. But, and if you live in the city and you got to go in the tunnels, well, you may have a little more difficult time. But that's why the trailer is, the little pull behind thing would be, if you get a collapsible one, you'd be able to get it in the manhole. If you get it down in the manhole, you'll just have to drop a bunch of stuff down in the hole that you want to put in it. And then, boom, at least you'll have some stuff with you that you won't have to carry on your back so that you won't fatigue, and that you can park wherever when you find a great hiding spot for the stuff. And then that'll allow you to leave it there as kind of a home base, or a hiding place, at least at minimum, for that stuff. And then you can go on foot elsewhere away from it to try to find other resources, other supplies you might need. And I'm going to go through what you should have in a bug-out bag one day. You still should have a bug-out bag, but you should try to make sure everything in it is as lightweight as possible. All right? That way it doesn't fatigue you to have it on your back while you're crawling. Also, you don't want it to be humongous, because while you're crawling on your stomach, you don't want it to stick up like a giant turtle shell. So, you have to pack minimal stuff, minimal but essential things in a bug-out bag, and they need to all be very lightweight. It's very important, and because you're going to have to travel many miles on foot sometimes, and you're going to have those things with you. The trailer, you keep the less essential things in that, where you can leave them behind for a period of time at a time, 8 hours at a time, couple of days at a time, and so at least you'll still have them, and they'll be mobile, and they'll be with you, but you could leave them somewhere and then venture off, with less weight to have to drag around and less things to have to be visible while you go, hunt for food or whatever you got to do. So, let me get in the chat here and say hello and read some chat, see what people have been saying. I'm going to start at the last words that were said, and that way it's most recent and we can work our way back. Let's see here. Evan Smith is here. Hello. God bless you. And he said, that is a subcontractor in the construction part, not planning or engineering. Okay, so he had started before that. Let me go all the way up to where he began. He put, I'm the same way. Too many books. I have to stop myself from getting more. I guess he's talking to somebody else about that part. Then he put, to me, he said, I remember you said in a stream in 2024 that you see coming a commercial of, I apologize to the Jews, and they give their apology. With the repetitive, hypnotic 2 piano keys playing with Taylor Swift. Absolutely. I still say that's coming. And that will be the beginning of the imposition of everyone being demanded by the Jews to wear the Star of Remphan. That is totally when that will come. And the kickoff of that. Let's see here. And then he put, that will be around the time of the Mark of Remphan. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. And he put, Stay White is working for a place that builds those shithole buildings, being complicit in the invasion, in your opinion? Oh, he's asking me, is working for a place that builds those shithole buildings being complicit in the invasion, in your opinion? I mean, of course you could say indirectly it is, but working for something like that, I would say, is far less of a thing against white people than, say, you worked at a titty bar that the Jews own, or a magazine that's always putting out anti-white stuff, like, say, you worked at LA Times or New York Times or something like that. But as far as working for, a place that builds houses, yes, we know that they're for the non-whites, but there are white people that buy them, you know what I mean? That's how they pay for them, is they sucker white people into paying triple the amount for their house, and then the other 2/3 of the amount they overpaid are then divvied up to pay for 2 other houses in the neighborhood that they are going to give to nigs. So, white people still buy those homes, and so because of that, it's not like some immediately direct thing, like working for the Jews to literally undermine white people. I realize that you absolutely could, indirectly declare that yes, working for a developer company or whatever is helping the invasion. But if it bothered me that much thinking about that situation, I would just simply find something else to do, and I would move, I would change careers. I realize that that's not a possibility for everyone in every career. But, there are going to be, the thing is, here's the other thing is, any white person who has a job typically works for, I don't want to say any white person, but the bulk of white people who have a job typically already work for somewhere that is anti-white, in some way, shape, or form. Either they do a lot of diversity hiring, or they, their commercials have calorie plan commercials with a nigger with a blonde girl in them. And trying to think of examples here, but you know what I mean? Like, there are, I've worked for companies that were openly anti-white. I ended up quitting those places. And I had to change careers almost entirely when I quit those places. But that's, not everyone is blessed to make big jumps from whatever career they're already stuck in. But if you were like directly doing things for a living that directly lift the non-whites above white people in whatever fashion, like people who work in sports, you know what I mean? I would say, if If you work in sports, you should get out of that. And I already mentioned if you work for a Jewish media company, you should get out of that. If you work at a titty bar, some Jewish-owned thing that just is meant for white people to just destroy themselves, defile themselves, whatever, of course you shouldn't work places like that. And quitting those places is no big deal because they're not careers. So if you already are working some type of non-career job like that, it's no big deal to just find some other non-career job that's completely as different. So, those are the things mostly that really matter, and everything else that people work for. Let's say you work at Pepsi, right? Well, we know what Pepsi's past is and their recent past, about Cinemix and all those other things. We could say shame on that white person for working at Pepsi, poisoning white people, and da-da-da. But non-whites drink it too, So it's like, it's not an only, now of course it's only meant to poison white people. Anything Jews do, they're typically only trying to destroy white people, and non-whites are not even considered. They're just cannon fodder. But, and collateral damage, and stuff like that to the Jews. But still, it's not, like I met a guy who worked at TSA, and he had kind of a similar, concern. He's like, should I even be working for this company since it's, it's anti-white to some degree, and they're always trying to diversity hire as much as possible. And we know that TSA was put in just to, it's funny because TSA was originally installed to hyper monitor white people, but they also knew they were going to start allowing blacks to have gobs of free money. And so that blacks would start, and other non-whites would start having all this excess money where they could now fly places. They could actually pay for flights and fly places and whatever. And so they knew that non-whites were going to start being on airplanes after 9/11 like hotcakes. So they essentially needed TSA. So, and I encouraged the guy to not feel so bad, because I'm like, look, I realize it was originally designed to oppress white people even further, but it's actually saving all us white people right now by TSA existing, because even though it's never caught a single terrorist, it does act as a barrier. If it wasn't for TSA, we actually would have a lot of terrorists on planes. We'd have planes hijacked all the time. And we still do have non-whites who try to hijack planes, even though they've cleared through TSA and everything else. You see videos of it every few days. In fact, there was just a new one today on a YouTube short that was posted where some Indian guy got up and he's like, or maybe he was an Arab, and he was like, oh, I'm going to hijack this plane. I'm going to make the plane crash, whatever. And he's like screaming it in the aisle. And he's just this like little 5.5 foot tall, pudgy, freaking squishy bodied, worthless non-white who could be taken down in one punch or put in a headlock in 1 second and choked out. But everyone just stood there or just sat on the plane looking at him while he got up and started waving his fist and saying all this dumb shit about the plane, that he was going to hijack it and crash it and all this shit. So, but TSA acts as a filter, it does work as a filter, and it works as a preventative thing. So a lot of non-whites have just, and blacks in particular, every single black that gets on an airplane would have a gun and start a fight and start shooting holes in the plane as they shoot at people on the plane. So TSA is actually a blessing in disguise, even though we all think of it as oppressive and dystopian and the whole thing. It would be in an all-white world, but now we're not in an all-white world. Post 9/11, we became a world enthralled up to our ear holes in non-whites progressively from 9/11 to now. And so all through this time, since they've been flooding non-whites into our country, they knew that eventually when they started giving them gobs of free money of ours, excess money and all these things, that they would want to start flying places to visit, whatever, go just to live like the white people live. And so And they want them to. Remember, part of the Calgary Plan, part of the Protocols of Zion, and this is the quote, "We will artificially elevate the Negro in every facet of white civilization," end quote. And notice, they didn't say all the non-whites. They're focusing on the Negro. Just like I mentioned earlier that they're clearing all the land out in rural areas and building neighborhoods all out in the rural areas to put blacks specifically out in those areas to be the ones who attack white people out in those rural areas. Just like that, you see in their original protocols that they're only interested in elevating the Negro. They don't care if Mexicans get elevated or Puerto Ricans get elevated or Cubans, Guatemalans, Venezuelans, El Salvadorians, Brazilians. They don't care if any of them get elevated. They don't care if Arabs get elevated in our land socially or any of those things. They care about the Negro being artificially elevated in every facet of white civilization, including flying on airplanes. And so they knew that that was part of their plan, was to ruin aviation by having blacks be in the sky now. So now, anytime you want to fly, you basically have to be in a flying Waffle House, unless you can pay the extra money, which it's ridiculously extra money, practically double the money, to fly on a more out of reach for the blacks airline. And it's not out of reach for them. It's just that they won't spend that much money on a flight. They'll be like, why would I spend $1,600 to fly there when I can spend $400 on Spirit? And so if you got to pay 4 times the price to not fly on Spirit for the same destination, you're most likely going to be on a plane with almost no blacks, because they're going to pick the least expensive amount flights that they can find, which are typically going to be on Spirit and Frontier. So, but to digress all the way back to your question about working for a developer, I mean, I have honestly cursed out, not cursed, not put a curse on, but like cursed at or cursed out, white construction workers building all these neighborhoods and stuff as I drove past them every day. And I do have that resentment toward them for selling out our people. But, a lot of them don't even realize that's what they're doing, because, so many white people are cucked. They have no idea that, they don't even care who's buying the houses. All they care is they have work. And they're not even thinking about the fact that all those houses are actually being built for non-whites to live in, particularly blacks. So, yes, a part of me does, hate those developers and hate the people that are working for them because of that. But I also keep in mind, in the back of my mind, that, a lot of things people do for a living are benefiting the non-whites. I mean, you could almost blame anybody who's an electrician when the storm happens, right? Well, they have to turn on a whole bunch of non-white areas before they'll get to your white area, perhaps. So are electricians all bad because they've got to help the non-whites before white people sometimes and stuff, just because of the way they're, help fix the electricity all over town after a storm protocol is? No. Am I pissed that they turned the non-whites' power back on? Yes, but, there are some things that are just not in our control. Now, we could say, bullshit, it's in our control. We can just quit that place and work somewhere else. And to that, I would say, touche, because that is what I would do myself. But I'm not going to say to a pro-white person, shame on you for working for a developer. You should get another job. But I would recommend you do so. It wouldn't be bad for you to quit that and find something that isn't working against white people. Let's see here. let's see here. And he put, that is a subcontractor in the construction part, not planning engineering. Gotcha. Yeah, well, that's the part I used to curse those guys, the actual construction workers, as I drove by them. I was like, shame on you assholes, da-da-da. But, again, they don't realize what they're up to. And, even though you realize, and they don't, that these things are being built for non-whites. Yeah, I mean, in your case, yes. If I had the realizations that you and I have, and all that, I would leave construction. I would leave building places for the non-whites. I would, but I'm not telling you to do so. But that's just And Evan Smith said, "Oh, Leroy Jones said nuke Israel." His signature comment. God bless you, and thank you for stopping by and chiming in. And hello. And Evan Smith said, "Hi, Leroy." And then he said, "Oh, hey, bro, I had a deep thought on 9/11. It was symbolically the death of the white man, like you said. Yes, it is, because 9/11 is 119 backwards, and that's Hebrew 119 means Adam. It means a white man. And the two towers was man and woman. It was Adam and Eve, both falling. And the third one that went down, the WTC-7, was symbolic of Shem. So, let's see here. And he said, the planes took down the towers. Death of America and white people by planes. The invasion of the nons is through the planes at the airport. Yeah, that's a great point that I haven't actually ever made that connection. That's a great point. Airplanes are actually practically our greatest invention. It's what has allowed white people to be able to travel the world lickety-split. We can't ride rockets like people are cucked into believing that we can. And so, a jet is basically the pinnacle of white people's inventions. And so it's only fitting that they would use the pinnacle of white people's inventions to not only symbolically kill us, but also physically use our same greatest invention to be what they use to flood us and destroy us. So that is a great point that is a great connection that I've never actually made between those two things. I Candle All is here. I don't know how I didn't see you there. I'm sorry. I apologize I didn't see you. And real quick and I'll read your comment in a second. Real quick while it's on my mind, though, I want to say an apology to Ace C. Ace C, if you ever come back and visit again, I understand if you got upset with me and unsubscribed and don't want to ever visit again. But if you've ever have a change of heart and you do decide to come visit again and listen in again, my apologies for accusing you of perhaps being Jewish or a Jew in the last live stream. I'm not going to make excuses for myself. I already said why I had accused you of perhaps being one. I said perhaps. I didn't say you were. I just said perhaps. But I'm not going to make any new excuse for it or any other thing. I'm just going to say that I apologize, and I do accept that you are not a Jew and that you were just trying to be helpful and you were recommending pro-white things, Christian American Ministries. I would never be against anyone recommending any stream of theirs. Nor any other pro-white stream that's on Tuesday nights. It rubbed me the wrong way at the time, and I took it a little more to heart than I should have, and especially since those were pro-white things you were recommending. And so I hope you accept my apology. If you don't, I understand, but I do openly apologize to you. I am sorry to you, ACC, for accusing you of that. And being as perturbed by it as I was. It wasn't as necessary to be that perturbed as I was. And so I do apologize to you, and I hope that you will accept it and still stop by and visit and chime in anytime you feel like with anything you want to say. And I Candle All said, a good book recommendation, Evan. I'm going to look for a used reprint copy of it. I don't know what book he recommended. That must be further up in the chat, and I didn't see it. And then let's see here. Evan Smith said that was a symbolic ritual of the death of white people through importing invaders by the jumbo jet full, like you say. Absolutely true. That's 100% what it is. And I'm so glad you saw that connection between those two things. I don't know how I never put that together myself in my mind, but that's totally true. He also put, glad I could bring it up. I predicted so much about what the Jays are doing. Well, that's great. Having good intuition, man, it's worth its weight in gold, especially now. And in fact, it's going to become more and more and more important every year as we click along toward Christ's arrival, because the lies are going to become greater. The lies are going to become more prevalent. But at the same time, the Jews are going to also have a whole other section of them putting out the truth like crazy. Maybe not like crazy, but putting it out there. Whether they do it in the form of leaks or they do it in some kind of, small effort, but in the open to the public kind of things, or if they make a big hubbub. Either way, all these things are coming to pass, and they're going to get worse and worse and worse, especially after this next 3.5 years. All of a sudden, everything's going to explode into a total hellscape. So having good intuition, especially about the Jays and about, the non-whites in general, will save your life. And I Candle All said, one Jew wrote a book I found recently is Judaism and Christianity: The Differences by Trude Weiss Rossmarin, and it's a reprint from 1943. Well, thank you for that. Matter of fact, let me get a screenshot of that right now, since I am using my phone that I can do so with that. Now I got a save of that so that I can look that up later. And thank you for that recommendation. Evan Smith said, thanks for the answer, Stay White. We can't be perfectionists. Just do what we can as long as it's not directly against us or the Jays. Totally true. And so, of course, if you can find a way to, get into some other line of work that gets you out of having to be like that, then by all means, I would totally do it. But, if at the moment you're in a pickle, or not in a pickle, but you know what I mean, you're for lack of a better term, trapped, if that's a little maybe too extreme of a word for that, but, if you feel like you're just kind of stuck where you're at and all that, and don't really have something else you could jump to, then, of course, you're going to have to just stick with what you got going. But, being in new construction, that means you could be your own handyman, start your own handyman service. You'd have to start doing it on the side first so that you could build up enough work and clientele to where once you do quit the other, then you'd still be able to pay all your bills and survive no problem. But you could do that. You could do renovation on your own, because that's new construction as well. Granted, sometimes you're going to be hired by non-whites and have to do work for non-whites to, whatever. But the good news for that is that you can charge them, whatever you want to charge them. And if they accept, well, now you're taking money back from the non-whites and putting it back in the white people's hands. You know what I mean? I used to get upset with a YouTuber. I'm not going to name who it is, but there's this YouTuber who became famous in the last 10 years for tuning cars for shit tons of non-whites. He's a car tuner. He's a famous car tuner, and everyone loves him. And it just so happens there are a ton of non-whites who are into car racing now that we have allowed the Jews to steal our trillions of our dollars of our money and give to the non-whites. They have so much excess money now that they actually blow millions and millions of dollars on race cars and things like white people used to be able to do. And so because they all have all this excess money and they're building all their race cars and all this stuff, they will take him to this, beloved white guy who tunes. And I used to get very upset with him because he was tuning all these non-whites cars and basically making their dreams come true by tuning their, they did all this to get their car built, and now the only thing left to make it come to life and actually be drivable and usable is the tune. It has to be done, otherwise they have a paperweight. They have a thing that they can only look at. They can't drive it until it's been properly tuned. And so they come to this white guy, and he basically brings their dream to life by tuning their thing into life. And now it's drivable and usable, and it just makes their day. And they're all excited like little kids when they leave the place. And, you know, it used to irritate the dog shit out of me seeing him help non-whites basically use our money to live out their dream. And I used to get very upset with him about that. And then at some point I had the realization that, well, he's basically taking money from all the non-whites, and it's all going back into a white man's pocket. So in a way, he's kind of hustling the money back out of them. Yes, they're getting something out of the deal, and it's even something that it's basically one of their ultimate dreams they're getting out of the deal. But at least he's getting money back out of them. He's taking money from all these Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and whoever's, and and even Arabs come to him and stuff, and he's putting that money in his pocket, which is a white man's pocket. He has a white family. He has beautiful white kids. And so, you know, in a way, I basically, once I looked at it from that perspective, I thought, well, maybe I should leave him alone about it because, you know, after all, he is basically taking, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year away from non-whites, and they're willingly giving it over to him, you know, and granted, he's, again, bringing their dream car to life, you know, he's helping one of their dreams come true at our expense, but you know, it left white people's pockets to go into theirs, and then it's going right back into a white man's pocket. So I had to basically stop hating on him about that because, you know, at least he's getting money out of them. Like I mentioned in other streams, we all ought to start online weave stores, you know what I mean? And make sure you set it up with no refunds and put no refunds all over the place on your advertising on the website or the eBay site or whatever ads. Make sure you put no refunds all over the place. Once you purchase it, it's yours. And use the excuse of, you know, lice or this or that concerns. And so just no refunds. But if we all sold weaves online, we'd all be making a ton of money off the blacks. And basically they would be using white people's money that's stolen from us, and they would be surrendering it back to us for these crappy horsehair weaves we'd be mailing out to them. So, you know, that there are, I don't know, there are ways for us to get money back out of them and back circulating in the white people circles, but and so, you know, like I said, you know, you may end up having to, if you do handyman or renovation or any of that on your own, and you know, end up getting hired by some non-whites that want you to renovate some nice-ass house they live in now or whatever because of our tax money. Hey, at least you're getting money back from them. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, it's you know, it's a weird deal. It's just we're in a complicated situation, and it's going to get more and more difficult for white people to find places to work where we can make a living, but also is a place that doesn't work against white people in some way, shape, or form. That possibility is going to decrease more and more and more. So, let me see here. I got to scroll up to figure out where I was. And I Candle All, for all of you who are interested in that book he had mentioned, he said it's on Leopold Classic Library Publishing website. Well, thank you very much for that. Matter of fact, let me screenshot that too, just so I know where I can hunt it down quickly. Evan Smith said, I meant to say it predicted, i.e. the book You Gentiles. I mistyped. And then Kendall All also had another recommendation. He said, Imported America, Jamestown, 1607. Discovery to Servitude, a documented history by Kelly Ray. And that was in 2017. And another one he's recommended is Not of One Blood by Charles A. Weissman from 2001. I've heard of that book. I haven't read it, but I've heard of it. And I've certainly heard of Charles A. Weissman. Let's see here. Another one he recommended is How the Scots Invented the Modern World by Arthur Herman. That's a 2001 edition. And another one, Jesuit Hollywood by Sean Wilcock. Wow, that one sounds pretty deep. And then Evan Smith said, you just reminded me, my grandfather did a job for Koreans back in the day. He served in Korea. He said he charged them $250 when the job was only supposed to cost $50. He laughed so hard about it. Yeah, I've done the same thing. You know, I overcharge non-whites, you know, whenever I have a chance. It doesn't happen these days for me, but back in the day when I worked in retail as a side gig for a little while. And during the lockdown, I went and worked retail. And it's real expensive retail, but it still is open to the public retail-wise. And I had a couple of lesbos come in one day, and I charged them like probably, I don't know, 65% more. I almost doubled the price. I didn't quite double it because everybody would have caught on if I did that, even them. But, man, we call it hitting them in the head whenever you oversell or overcharge non-whites. I hit them in the head big time and made them overpay like a motherfucker. And, you know, I don't feel bad about it at all. I slept like a baby that night because they deserve it, you know. And besides that, all their money was probably from scamming or fraud in some way, shape, or form. You know how the lefties are. So they were probably getting all their big bucks from because I charged them a lot, and they paid it, and they had the money. You know, it was a lot of money, and they paid it. And you know, because they have all that money, they were just two freaking fugly, chubby lesbians, literally that nowhere in the world would they be valuable enough to be worth that kind of money. So either both of them are living off one of them's daddy's money, or they're doing some kind of fraud shit, you know, or they've got some diversity hire job, or they get overly paid to be, you know, anti-white at some corporation. Some way, shape, or form, they had plenty of money, even though they were these two obese, fugly lesbians. So, man, I hit them in the head. I literally charged them not quite double, but I charged them more than 50% extra for sure. And I charged them so much that the owner of the company came out and talked to me about it. And he was like, I'm not going to be pissed that you did that, but just so you know, I've known that lady like my whole life. One of the ladies. He didn't say which one, but he's like, I've known one of those ladies like since we went to school together. So we're like friends. So, I mean, I appreciate the good sell and all. Thanks for the extra profit you made me, but you know, you kind of picked someone that I knew from my past that I've known all my life. And I'm like, oh, well, she didn't complain. She paid the bill. And he's like, she did. So I'm not bitching. I had to come out and see about it, like, and just, you know, he was shocked that I charged them so much and that they actually paid it. So, and who knows, maybe he felt bad and contacted her later and refunded her some of the money, but he never did it through me. I never heard any wind about it. So maybe he just went ahead and went along with it because the deal was done. I had already charged them all the money. They had already paid it, and he didn't find out about it till the next day. So every morning he would come in, and he would go through the day before that, you know, invoices and see, you know, does the money add up to the receipts and the whole thing. And that's when he came to talk to me. He's like, wow, you charged this lady this amount of money? I was like, yup. And and I was smiling and laughing as I said yes to him. I'm like, yep, because I didn't know one of them was his friend. And so then he told me that, and I'm like, oh, well, I mean, I didn't say I was sorry, though. I was like, hey, I told them the price, and they paid it. So, if they ever want to complain to you, I guess you could, give them a refund or something on give them an adjustment. But, I told them the price, and they paid it. So he's like, yep, they paid it. I mean, it's a done deal. They paid it. So, but knowing how that guy was, he may have contacted them on his own and, threw her some money back or something, but he didn't do it through the store. He didn't do it through me. Now let me scroll back up and read some of the chat that other people had posted a long time ago. Like St. Phineas said, non-whites aren't better at sports, stay white. It's a bell curve. Well, no, I wasn't saying they were. I was just saying that I wouldn't give a shit if they all were. You know what I mean? And I've actually had a throwdown conversation with that about the guy that owned the place that I worked for not that long ago. He was talking to me about this non-white he wanted to use, and I said no. The answer is no. And he's like, yeah, but he's good at this or that. I'm like, I don't give a shit if he can jump 50 feet off the ground standing still. I don't give a fuck. It's not about whether non-whites are better than us. I don't care if they're all better than us. I don't care, because it's not about that. It's about they don't belong here, and only our white people should have every single job in our country. So the answer is no. If you want to keep me around here, then you're going to not be hiring non-whites. And if you do start hiring non-whites, I'm out of here, and I won't be showing them anything before I leave. And so the whole thinking that I was saying that maybe you joined in right as I was talking about it or something, but yeah, I don't think non-whites are better than us at sports or anything really, but I just was just saying, that I didn't care if all of them were. It wouldn't matter to me at all. I don't want any of them working anywhere. Anywhere any of them have a job, all the cuck servers are always like, oh, get a job. No, I don't want them at my fucking job. I don't want them at my wife's job. I don't want them at my kids' jobs. I don't want a patron anywhere that hires them. So that means that telling them to get a job is not the answer. Sending them all back to Africa is the answer. And that's the only answer. And St. Phineas before that, actually, he had already commented before. Oh, he had commented several times before that. My bad, bro. Let me go all the way back up then. So his first comment was, what is Jack's channel? I was subscribed to him, but he got banned. Oh, he's back. He's been back. And it's called Jack again. It just says Jack, I think. I don't think he has anything after it. Which, is pretty wild that he actually can use just that name, and they're actually allowing him to use it, because there's probably 100 people or maybe 1,000 people on YouTube that have the name only Jack. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's literally the only guy on YouTube that has that. But I thought once somebody had a name on YouTube already that you weren't allowed to pick it in, the same name. Apparently that's not the case, though, because I'm pretty sure his total channel name is just Jack. And the way you would find it is look for his signature all orange background screen with just the little circular picture of his avatar of his profile pic in the center of it. So that way you could just, when you type in Jack, you might try in the search, you could put Jack and channel, or hell with that, you could just find Jack on my channel. So if you go to some of my streams, Jack has commented not in the chat, in the comment section. If you click the comments of, I think maybe 4 streams ago or so, Jack said hello in 2 different streams, and he did it in the comment section. So it's the only comment too in the video or for the stream. So it should be really easy for you to just find him as the single comment. There's like the only comment, or maybe there ended up being a couple more. But if you just see him in my comment section on one of the other previous streams, you'll be able to just click that and then boom. But otherwise, if you're going to type in on thing, you could try Jack and then maybe add channel or something. Or I think they have a channel selection you can click after you hit search. And then just look for that signature orange background, you know, with the little small circular profile pic in the center of it. Like all of his, you know, thumbnails always look. Let's see here. Slow Boy Whiteboard had said, tomorrow is Jack's birthday if you see him around. Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to maybe tell him happy birthday tomorrow in a comment or something on his last video. And let's see here. Slow Boy Whiteboard had said, well, that is who said that. And then, oh, he posted Jack's channel. Well, sorry, I don't know how. I'm so zoned in on each comment, I didn't even notice that you had posted already. So thank you for posting the link for him. Evan Smith said, stay white, not telling anyone to visit anyone else's stream, just posting Jack's channel so SP can subscribe. Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. Yeah, that cuts down on, that makes it super easy for him to just be relinked with him. And let's see here. Deb Christ was talking to Evan and said, we're good. Yesterday, the second oldest boy turned 12. Well, happy birthday to him. The baby turns 6 in April. He asked if Jesus would let his pop come to his birthday party. Oh, that's so sad. I feel so bad for y'all and having to power on right now. And she put, I am just without words sometimes. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? You know, it's I do feel terrible for y'all having to grow on without him, and for them to have to grow up without him. And I do pray for a good man to come into y'all's life to take them under his wing and show them, you know, that they're, and be a good man for you. And so hopefully, you know, that is in God's plan. If not, well, you only have a few more years to go, babe, and then you're going to be right back with your man anyway. And so, and I am sorry that you're having to, I'm terribly sorry that you and your children are having to live out these last 7 years without him. But rest assured, once these 7 years are up, we will all get to enjoy eternity together, and all of you and I, we will all be dwelling together, perhaps living, you know, adjacent to each other. You know, we don't really, I have, and I'm sure all of you have, but we don't regularly think about this, but we are the final soldiers of Christ. Of all the generations of our ancestors, it's all led up to this point right now. And we are the final arbiters of God's prophecy and of the good side of God's prophecy. And we are the final boss, if you will, of white people against the Jews. And so we're going to be a part of biblical history that is very epic, that it doesn't necessarily feel like we're a part of it, right? You know, because it's just daily life for us, but we are actually in a very, very blessed and a very, very chosen time frame. And so when I read in Revelation that, a lot of conservatives wonder who these 144,000 who are sealed as guaranteed to go to heaven. For a long time, I considered that to be 144,000 white truthers on YouTube and other platforms who are spreading God's proper information. But it does say, or immediately after that, whom were never defiled by women. So what that's going to mean is those are children. And they will be children who were raised properly by proper white people. Therefore, they were never molested or raped or any of those things. So they've never been defiled. And when it says by women, what it means is the leftist feminist thing. God knew that feminism was going to be a tool that the Jews would use in the future against white people to pit white women against white men and crush our families and crush our birth rates and all these things by default of all that. And so what it means by defiled by women, it doesn't mean it's going to be 144,000 virgin males who've never had sex with a woman, because having sex with a woman is not being defiled. Okay, how do you get defiled by a woman? You can't, except for one way. If she's a rabid leftist feminist and she's corrupted your mind as a child because she was an authority over you. Now, what's wrong with all of our white males now? And even a lot of the females, because they're the beneficiary side of feminism. But what's happened to a lot of our men? They've become these young men of ours, these young boys and men. They are being trained by women. Their minds are being ruined by these leftist women who are now in charge of our schools and our daycares and all these things. And so their minds are being ruined by women. And so sorry, I'm burping and yawning and hiccuping all at the same time. Wow, not that I needed to tell you all that, but that's where all the weird sounds are coming from. When I do these like long talks, it just builds up air in me. I never have this trouble until I'm doing these streams. But the 144,000 will be children who are raised right, who are still innocent, and who have not been corrupted in the mind by leftist women. That's what that is meaning without explaining it in that much detail. All right, let's see. Evan Smith said, stay white. They did that way back in World War II. They had tank balloons on the beaches of France to distract the Germans from the D-Day invasion. That's right. The French had already done it eons ago. I forgot about that. So you're right. They had inflatable. They had inflatable tanks back then. I remember reading that about that story and stuff. So that's absolutely true. So that's not even a clever Iranian idea. That's something that the French even had thought up way back in the day. You gotta hand it to the French, man. They may keep themselves a little stinky, and their girls may not shave their pits, which is wild, and or legs for that matter. And, they may be kind of a cruddy group of our people, and they've betrayed us a bunch. They're, a lot of stuff. But, man, once in a while, they come out with something that's just so amazing. The air conditioner, Where would all of us be without air conditioning? We'd have all spent so many days suffering in heat. Think of how many millions of white people would have died between the time he invented that and now. For all the heat waves and heat strokes and everything else. Man, God bless the French just for air conditioning alone. much less the other cool things they've thought up. Trying to think of others. I know they invented the pencil sharpener because I've done a video about the pencil sharpener, so I remember that. I'm pretty sure his last name is Lassimone. Forget his first name. I think it was Bernard Lassimone. But his last name is definitely Lassimone because I remember saying it. I mean, they've invented several other really, really epic things. But air conditioning, I would say, is the peak of French inventions so far. Their first cars were ugly as sin. That's one thing you could give the French an award for, is creating the fuggliest cars ever created by human beings. But by golly, they've made some really incredible stuff. And air conditioning, I would say, is their best invention ever. That's their peak one right there. But yeah, if they were the ones that thought up the inflatable tanks and stuff like that, you know, if that was their idea first or whatever, props to them on that one. That's a clever shit to come up with. St. Phineas said, I can go for walks without seeing a single weirdo. I probably don't even need to carry a weapon, but I do anyway. Yeah, I don't blame you. Still carry one anyway because, I mean, I'm not saying, you know, I shouldn't, I don't want to say you definitely should. I mean, after all, I don't typically carry a weapon with me. And I should, but I don't. And that's probably foolish of me not to, obviously. But, and I don't think that, you know, I can MacGyver my way out of every little situation that I run into. There's been plenty of times where I wish I did have a weapon on me, you know, in a certain circumstance. But I lived my whole life not carrying a weapon. And I used to live in a place, I don't anymore, but I used to live in a place that was where the traffic cops were absolutely psycho. And they would pull me over regularly, just for my vehicles being the way they were customized. And they would use that as an excuse to pull me over. And once they get me pulled over, they would want to search my vehicle, and they would want to check me over, basically Terry stopped me. And so I, you know, as I came into adult age and I was living in that environment where the cops were pulling me over constantly and all these things, I knew if I carried a weapon, I was going to be accused of things. I was going to be pulled out of the car, and you know, my car might be searched when I don't want it to be searched. If I'm not in the mood for them to, or whatever, that I might be accused of a crime that was committed elsewhere until they finally clear my weapon as not being involved in that crime. It added so many extra variables to when I get pulled over that it just seemed, for me, it was just easier to not ever carry a weapon so that I wouldn't have to worry about the cops. That was always my main concern, was just what the cops would do once they knew I had a weapon in the car. You know, if they asked me and I admit it to them, then they're immediately going to pull me out of the car, want to search the car, yada, yada, yada. I may not be in the mood to allow them to do it that day. Maybe I'm feeling froggy that day and just decide I don't want to let them. And so I am not one of these people who stays strapped, as you will, or carries a weapon. But I do encourage all white people to do so. It's just that I've already lived my whole adult life without carrying a weapon, so I'm already so accustomed to it that I still just don't. I have weapons, but I don't carry one with me. What I do keep, though, is I keep a breaker bar. For those of y'all who might not be aware of what that is, it's just a large format wrench-looking thing, but it doesn't wrench. It doesn't have any ratcheting on the end. It's just a straight bar that has a swivel head on the end that you can put a socket on and break lug nuts loose with very easily. And so since it's either 2 foot long or 3 foot long. I think it's a 3 foot long one. Since that thing is, metal and dense and would really hurt someone in a flash if you hit them with it on the head, especially, I keep that in my car with the socket that I need to take my lug nuts off already installed on the end of it, clicked onto the end of it. And so that way, if a cop ever pulled me over and tried to accuse me of it being a weapon, I can say, hey, it's got the socket right on it that fits my lug nuts. It's made, I have it in my car so that I don't have to use a crappy little four-way. This breaker bar takes my lug nuts off and puts them back on. I can put them back on super tight with ease and very quickly. Much quicker than you could with a bullshit little four-way where you don't have any leverage. So, that's my excuse for if I ever get questioned about it. But I've never been questioned about it because once they've ever looked inside my car and saw it and saw that, because it lives in the door between the my driver's seat and the driver's side door. It kind of fits between the seat down in that little crevasse where you can drop something out of your left pocket and it'll just disappear down to underneath your seat. Well, in that crevasse is where, I'm saying crevasse, I know it's crevice, but in that crevice, where normally stuff would fall through there to go underneath the seat if it fell out of your pocket while you're driving, that space is now taken up with that bar. And it runs all the way from the back of my front door all the way to the front of my front door. And I can just pop it up and out of there any old time I want very easily and quickly. But because it has the socket on the end, I've never been questioned about it. And so, I do plan on using that perhaps if I found myself in a situation where I had multiple guys coming at me or something, I might be inclined to use it. But I'm so used to not having a weapon and having to, pretty much all my life I had to fight without a weapon. Anytime I got jumped, anytime I had to do a fight with someone or whatever, I was always just fighting with no weapon. So I'm not really accustomed to using weapons in a fight. I would almost be afraid that at some point, maybe someone stronger than me in the fight, or just I might get co-cocked and lose grip of the thing, and now I'm getting beat with my own freaking weapon, and now I wouldn't want to get hit with that breaker bar, that's for sure. So I think it's partly mutual destruction is why I don't carry a weapon. Now I could carry a gun, of course, and that would turn the table significantly, but I don't know. It's so much more hassle with the cops and everything else. And granted, I don't live somewhere where I'm hassled by the cops like I used to be all the time anymore. But I'm just so accustomed to not being strapped that I typically never have a weapon, and not in public anyway. And the Lord's Holy Ghost has just been with me, and there have been plenty of times where I certainly could have used a weapon, but I might be sitting in prison Daniel Penny style right now for doing so. And so I kind of look at it as a way to kind of help me maintain my freedom by not having a weapon, so that I can't be accused of doing anything with one, or so that I won't be inclined to, save the day using a weapon. Which would end up getting me Daniel Pennied, perhaps. Now, granted, Daniel Penny got Daniel Pennied without a freaking weapon, So, barehanded Daniel Penny ended up in prison. But, I don't know. It's just one of those things. I had to spend my whole life not strapped, so I'm still stuck not doing it, mentally. I don't do it, It would just seem like a big hassle to me to do. Now, granted, I would never think it's a big hassle anymore if one day I suddenly needed to use it to save my life or save someone else's. So it's not a proper excuse at all. I really don't have a good excuse. It's just, I'm just giving my reason, I'm not trying to use it as an excuse. It's just genuinely the reason that I have never gotten into doing so. Let me scroll on up further here, and okay, so most of the first comments were just people chatting with each other. So I can scroll back down and skip that stuff. Evan Smith said, I believe sports are rigged anyway. I saw a couple of vids where a news reporter throws a basketball backwards that automatically lands in the hoop like it's electromagnetically controlled. I did see that video of that news reporter that did that, but I honestly think that was just genuine, a lucky shot or whatever. Maybe he filmed it 10 times. A lot of those, remember the Dude Perfect bullshit, that whole video series that people started doing a while back where they would all freak out when they would all, as a group of guys, do some weird thing. And then, they would all freak out when the almost impossible thing was achieved. Well, what people didn't realize is those weren't on the fly, spur of the moment. Oh, if thankfully a camera caught that kind of situations, but they were all being presented as though that is what they were. That it just so happened to be someone happened to be filming while this guy got a perfect full court shot or got or caught a perfect Hail Mary with one hand, or 5 guys got together and they're all flipping a water bottle at the same time. They all make it land upside down on its top at the same time, and they all jump up and down and freak out like, wow, we did it. But really, what people didn't realize with those Dude Perfect videos is they were filming that over and over and over and missing the shot every time, or getting it wrong every time, not doing it right every time. And sometimes they had to film the same thing 1,000 takes before they finally got that one perfect take. So if we were to say that the news reporter, when he threw the shot backwards from half court or whatever without looking and it went right in, swish, if we were to say that one was a hoax, I would say most likely it was just that he did that take over and over and over until he finally bagged one. You know what I mean? And then acted like, what, that really went in? Oh, my gosh, wow, are you serious? That's how I think that would work. I don't necessarily think the balls are electromagnetically controlled, though that is a technology we could perhaps have and utilize. I don't think they go that deep with it. I think that they just tell the Nigs, hey, listen, next play. And, sometimes the Nigs may not even know when it's rigged. They know that the games are rigged, and they know they're just kind of acting it out, just like pro wrestlers kind of deal. But there are plenty of times, I'm sure, where the ringleaders, if you will, of the organization make the call down to one of the teams and say, hey, we want you to run this play. And it's going to fail, but that's okay because that's the way how we're going to get the game going the way we want, points-wise, end up at the points we need it to be at wise, whether y'all are the losers this time or y'all are the winners this time. It's not up to them to decide. They have to just obey orders. So when they get the call from upstairs saying, hey, next play, you give the ball to so-and-so Nig and you run so-and-so play. And they'll say, okay. And then the upstairs contacts the other team and says, hey, we just told, the Suns that they're going to run this play. And you guys are going to run a counter play. And the ball's going to this Nig, number 31. So y'all are going to, do some play against him where you can get the ball from him or you can block his shot, whatever. And so they have sports rigged, but it's through, communication and through rigging the plays where one play is going to fail because they've told the other team to play a different certain play that's guaranteed to overcome that play. And then sometimes they'll just tell the Nigs, hey, make sure you only make 20 points this whole game. Hey, make sure you don't make any of your free throws during the game. Hey, make sure that you don't try any three-pointers the whole game, or every time you do, make sure you miss. Because this game, you're supposed to be low points, all of you are, and we're supposed to lose. That's what we've been told by upstairs. So, make sure you miss a lot of your shots. If you take a three-pointer, because that's all there is available, make sure you miss it. So I think that's how, sports are rigged. I don't think they're actually doing like battle bots with the basketball or anything, remote controlling it or any of that kind of stuff. And the news reporter, of course, he's not involved with all that, so he would just have to do the same take over and over again. Now, he didn't have sweaty armpits when he did it. He looked nice and clean. So what I'm guessing is that might have been his first or second or third take of trying to do it, and he was genuinely shocked because it only took him 1 or 2 or 3 takes to actually bag it, And remember, that guy might have played basketball in school. He may have done that shot 1,000,000 times when he was younger and still have the muscle memory of it. He may still play basketball at home with his own son and still do it all the time and just been acting as though he was shocked that he did so. Because that makes for better views on the news than if he's like, oh, yeah, I do this at home all the time. Play with my son all the time. Check this out. Bam. That wouldn't be as cool of a thing as him acting like, oh, my gosh, I tried one time and it went right in. Oh, my gosh. That seems like more of a miraculous, crazy, wild, happenstance than if everyone knew that he already practiced that and done that shot 1,000,000,000 times in his life. So, there's a lot of different ways that could have, or a lot of different possibilities of what could have allowed him to bag that shot, what appears to be first try. May not have been a first try at all. It may have been the 5th try, may have been the 10th try, may have just been the 2nd try, but that would have been how I would imagine that they would have had that rigged. If it was, a rigged scene. Let's see here. Slowboy Whiteboard said, I'm still behind. I started from the beginning at twice speed and got 10 minutes to catch up to the live. Oh, okay. You're probably already way caught up by now, because that was a long time ago. Let's see here. Evan Smith said, they just make the niggers look good by making them basketball stars artificially, like the Calgary plan says. Absolutely true. They only allow really one white guy to get any kind of credit, which is Larry Bird. But meanwhile, there are gobs of white guys. I've seen videos, on YouTube Shorts and other places where there are white guys all over this country that can dunk on blacks, freaking jump as high as blacks, play ball better than blacks. I saw a YouTube short the other day of like a young, he's perhaps 14-year-old white kid. He might be younger than that. He might only be 12. And he's, half the height of this like 6.5-foot NBA nog or whatever. And he's literally just dribbling around them like they're nothing and doing layups and bagging every one of them. Can't remember the kid's name, but he's an absolute monster on a basketball court. And he can dribble under them and bounce the ball between their legs and then run around them and get the ball again and keep going and all those kind of moves. I don't know the name of that move, but he can do all those different like crazy offense moves. And he's super precise. I mean, every time he goes for a layup or a shot, he bags it, So there are millions of white people like that all over the world. And so NBA would be mostly white people, and so would the NFL still and all those things. If we hadn't been feeding these nogs all this free EBT food, we've basically grown these massive monsters now. Blacks only used to be 5'2", 5'4". A really tall black was like maybe 5'8", or something. Blacks used to not be tall, and they used to not be these big monsters that we have now, because we didn't feed them for free back then. So they grew up, malnourished, and by default they just wouldn't grow to be all that huge. So, yeah, I totally agree that white people obviously are, that we have a plethora of white people who could keep the NBA and NFL fully stocked up. Same thing with MLB. But, the plan, like you had mentioned there as well, is that's not the Calgary plan. The protocol's plan is to artificially elevate them in every facet of white civilization. St. Phineas said, well, basketball is kind of a dumb sport anyway, in my opinion. They call a foul every minute. Yeah, I agree. It is kind of a, one thing about basketball that makes it, I think, the main allure of it is because, yes, there are fouls constantly, but when the game is in play, it's pretty fast paced. The ball's doing a lot of moving around. Everybody's doing a lot of moving around. And it's so contained because a basketball court is so small compared to like a football field or something like that, that no matter where you're sitting, you still feel, especially if you're close to the arena or close to the court, you still kind of feel like you're able to watch the whole thing from one side to the other effortlessly. Whereas on a football field, you kind of got to be up a little higher in the stands to appreciate the whole field easily. If you're all the way down to like the first or second row from the ground level, you kind of only really get to see from a perspective like the players are to a degree. You don't have that bird's eye view to be able to watch every character running across the whole field all over the field. So I think the allure of basketball was just that it's more compact. People can be right there at it at the floor level and still kind of see everybody and see everything that's going on a lot easier than if it was a huge football field. And as you go up in the seats, you don't want to go way up in the nosebleed because then the court becomes so small they just look like little ants chasing each other around. So, but if you go up, say, 8 rows, 10 rows, now you have this like wonderful position to be able to see the entire court effortlessly, see every character on the court or player on the court effortlessly. So I see, why there are so many cucks about basketball because of just the ease of use of it. It's a very viewer friendly type of sport. But I still agree that it's mostly stupid. Sports are things that only our children should do. We shouldn't really have grown men playing sports. You'll never convince a sports cuck of that, but all those grown men should be out working somewhere, and all the blacks should be in Africa. So the 12% or 2% of NFL and NBA that are still white, those guys should just have proper jobs elsewhere, and the blacks should all be in Africa doing whatever blacks do in Africa. And again, that goes back to the whole thing of I don't give a shit if they're the best players in the world, if they can jump 50 foot high, if they can bag every freaking thing. Now, granted, the basketball and football club owners and NFL owners and stuff like that and NBA owners, they love that about the non-whites. They love that about the blacks if they have all those abilities. But I don't give a shit about any of those. To me, anything a non-white can do is irrelevant. All that matters is that these are white people things, white people establishments, and they should be 100% white, just like our country is supposed to be. So, and that's an easy way to explain to a conservative or a lefty or whoever who's ever trying to argue with you about non-whites taking our jobs, right? I still see people trying to ridicule that in comment sections all the time across YouTube. And, it's very easy to overcome that because you just explain to them, retarded, cucked idiot. If there were no non-whites in our country like it's supposed to be, if our country was 100% white, then every single job will have to be filled and will be filled by a white person. And you'll see a lot of people mention that when it's talking about the non-whites picking our food and shit like that. Which, by the way, they don't pick near as much of our food as the lefties and all that would have you believe. When I drive by farms out here, it's the white family themselves. all the members of the white family are out there doing the farm work and picking the crops when harvest time comes. So, and they have combines for it and everything else. So it's not like they got to walk around and pay non-whites to walk around and pluck everything by hand. It's not the old days. White people have combines. We have all these other different implements that we can hook to tractors, and we can, harvest stuff all our own. We don't need non-whites to come along and pluck it for us. And that's certainly not a thing that white people won't do. Plenty of white people, especially high school kids, are desperate to find work. And so our white high schoolers are the ones who are supposed to be working the fast food joints, the restaurants, and picking the fruit and vegetables at the farms. All the things that we've kind of cucked away to non-whites, not entirely, but that we've allowed non-whites to come here and start doing, we could just be having our high school white kids doing, instead of them all struggling to find work at, Taco Bell or wherever. And so, I don't care that non-whites are, whether they're good or not good at a sport. They don't belong in any of our sports. They don't belong in our country. So, and of course, you know that, and I know that. We all know that on this channel. I'm just, restating it for any cuck who might listen in so that they can learn. Evan Smith said, also, I've been reading You Gentiles by Maurice Samuel, the J, published, I think, in 1924. He complains about how the Jays despise the white man's sportsmanship and chivalry, humiliation ritual with the blacks, by putting them in sports which we invented. Yes, that is what blacks in our sports is. It's what all replacement of white people is a one gigantic humiliation ritual as they replace us more and more. Now, granted, they get multiplicity out of each action they do. So the multiplicity is that they also are erasing us by diminishing our, driving a lot of our white women to be cucked into being cheerleaders and end up sleeping with non-whites, blacks in particular. And then, that decreases our birth rates. That ruins and defiles many of our women. So they're getting multiplicity out of putting blacks in sports. It absolutely is a humiliation ritual, but also it serves these other purposes of destroying us as well. And so, yes, that's absolutely true, though, and that's the primary first thing and reason why they did it. And Evan Smith said, I believe, talking about the book, he said, I believe it's public domain now. You probably can find it on archive.org. I'm reading it from a library in my area that has tons of old books, not checked out since 1954 until me. Wow, that's wild. Yeah, that book is actually available. You can buy it, any old where. You can buy it at bookstores online and stuff like that, because any Jewish book is not banned. You know what I mean? Anything that where a Jew has published a book talking shit about white people, that's never going to be banned. So, yeah, you can definitely still buy that book. In fact, I think I own that book. I'm pretty sure I have that one. I have several Jewish books. I have the Jewish Almanac and a few others, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to go back and look in my stack. I buy those books, and then I don't end up sitting down and reading them. The main reason why is because I just don't have the time. But I bought them anyway because anytime if I tell one of my own people in person that I interact with in, the regular world, who doesn't believe me, I can actually show them in the real book. I don't have to pull it up online. And I started buying those books because I started with the Jewish Almanac when I first started buying those books of the Jews, because in the Jewish Almanac, I was telling people about the first sentence of the very first sentence of the whole book, chapter 1, line number 1, sentence number 1, whatever. When I would tell people that in real life, and they would say, oh, I'd have to see it to believe it or whatever, and then I pull it up on my phone, they won't accept it. because it's online. They're like, well, in their mind, they don't usually say this, but in their mind, they're thinking, well, anybody could have made that and put that online. That doesn't mean it's a real book or whatever from the Jews. So by having the actual real book, I felt much more confident in, that if I ever point out something in, you Gentiles, or whenever I mention the Jewish Almanac's first sentence in chapter 1, and anybody wants to dispute me, who I know in real life, I can actually, meet up with them again when I have the book and show them right in the real, actual published book. And so that's why I bought those things. And I also have some, ones that warn us about the Jews. I forget which books of those I have. But I have bought some of those as well. I have Martin Luther's book on the Jews and their lies. Or maybe that's the, that is the one. And then I have listened to the audiobook of Julius Streicher. I also own a copy of Henry Ford's book, The International Jew, the World's Foremost Problem. In fact, I have that loaned out right now to someone else. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely have some of those books. I don't have a lot of them, but I do have some. And, of course, there are plenty of other Jewish books that, I'd love to have just to be able to hand to someone, loan to someone, show to someone if they don't believe me. So maybe over time I'll collect one or two more of those. But, I've shifted gears now that I understand that we are in year 1 of Jacob's trouble. Now that I understand that, and the Jews are making it known as well, that Christ's arrival is coming very soon in 7 years. Granted, they're not saying that, but because they're telling the troops that this war that they are doing right now is going to cause Jesus Christ to come back, that proves that they know we're in the last 7 years, just like the blood moons and eclipses declare. And so, because of that, and because we have so little time left now, I am shifting gears, not entirely, but to some degree. And one of those is I wasn't going to be buying any more Jewish books and stuff like that, because I told myself, well, if we're done in 3.5 years and then everything shit hits the fan and all that, there won't be any reading books or explaining anything to white people anymore. Every white person will be under extreme persecution, and so there won't be time to sit down and study about the Jews anymore. It'll all be known. Everything's going to be known by the end of this year. So I pretty much probably won't ever collect any more of those. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. But if we still had what I thought was, based on what Google says from the year of creation week that we were in, if we still had 214 years to go, then absolutely I'd still be planning on collecting more of those books and showing them to people and loaning them to people. But since we're now at the final times, my focus is going to be a little different now. Yes, I still am going to make steps, and I push everybody else to try to save our country still. But that's because I want this 3.5 years to be the best we can make them. This is it. This is the last 3.5 we get. So we need to make them as good as we can possibly make them. And if we could, so every effort to try to win our country back out in the open in front of everybody while they're all calling us the scary R word and trying to David Duke us on the news and everything else, we need to just openly be that way and not give a fuck anymore. This is it. What's the worst that can happen? They kill you sooner than later, and you're going to be with Christ in 7 years regardless. So now it's kind of to the point where We need to just be openly trying to take our country back from the Jews and non-whites. This war is helping us greatly vocalize that and prove it to people that it needs to be, that it's a phenomenon that needs to be stopped, or that needs to happen so that we can stop the Jews from ruining our country more. And, you know, as we are trying to do all of that, that is working against the Jews' plan against us. So it helps us by default no matter what. And so, you know, many of us might go down or be persecuted along the way or martyred along the way, but we should still be trying to take our country back at all times. That's being a soldier for Christ. That's fighting for our God's side. So I'm still going to be promoting for us to try to win our country back. And I'm still going to promote for people to run for office. I realize some people have zero interest in doing something like that. I realize that a lot of us, you know that the Jews don't count our stupid Goyim votes. Therefore, you know, none of us would ever be selected because we're not in the club. But I think at the senator level and below, you can still get selected in. And by the way, the Jews are going to let some of us in because they know they have so much control over the government that they now can be flagrant and sloppy even. They can be a little careless. They can be a little more playful with their circumstances. So they'd be like, oh, yeah, a new David Duke, a new Pat Buchanan. Yeah, freak it, let him in, you know. Go ahead and let him in. Now, boom, you're in office. Now you can start voting against this and voting against that and voting for white people's interest and drafting a bill that everybody's got to vote on that's pro-white and all these things. And will you be shot down by all the Jews and Shabbos Goy in the voting? Yes, but at least there will be a white person there finally in our government or more. I want a whole bunch of us white people to be there. Promoting the bills, drafting bills that are pro-white. We really could, you know, if enough of us get in as senators, which I keep saying senators because that's who collectively decides who the president is, if we want to believe that. And just being a senator alone, that's like the highest up the chain we can go as commoners. And it's the least expensive of the major Washington, D.C. Positions in government that we can go for. You know, if you were to try to run for Congress, you need 10 times the same amount of money that you need to try to become a senator. So it's just an easier way in all the way to D.C. at the highest level. And and I realize a lot of you, you know, aren't interested in trying to run for office. Some of you can't afford the $2,500 or $3,000 it might cost, depending on where you live. But if you have the means to lose $3,000 to trying, I would say go for it and do it this year. Have all your paperwork turned in and the money paid and everything before January 16th. And give yourself a few days in advance. That way, if they reject your paperwork because of some technicality, you have enough time to find that out from them that it's been rejected and then still get the revised version turned in on time, because it has to be done on time. Everything in legal world has to be done timely. So make sure. I wouldn't do it way in advance where they have a whole 2 or 3 months to figure out how to get you off the ballot. Catch them by surprise by doing it right before the deadline. But by right before the deadline, I mean still give yourself at least 2 weeks. So I would say whatever, maybe by June 1st, try to have all your paperwork and your money paid all at once. Boom, send it all in together. And you send it to the capital of your state. And then boom, your name's on the ballot. So, and you run as independent. Always run as independent, because if you don't, you have to compete in the primaries. And you don't want to be in the primaries. You want to be able to skip all that shit. So just run as independent and pick the name Adam, a white man. The last name, all one word, a white man. So it begins with the letter A. And use first name Adam because that means white man also. And they both begin with the letter A. So no matter whether they go by first names on the ballot first or last names on the ballot first, your name's on top right below the two primary candidates. And some people, are not going to want to, even if they have the means. I get it. I realize a lot of people don't want to. I don't want to be honest. But this is the, we're always talking about we wish we had some kind of pipeline to get us to D.C. to be able to make some kind of effects, some kind of changes, at minimum make waves. And so that is what this is. This is the gateway to us going directly to D.C. and being able to make waves. Now, another thing you can do is utilize Google AI to find out which county in your state would be the best county for you to run in. You can run in a county that's not the county you live in. And so you could try to run through whatever county in your state that has either an incumbent that needs to get booted out, or just one that they only ever vote, right wing or something like that. There are a lot of ways you could try to do it, but really the main thing is you just fill out that certain form. I've shown it on other streams. I forget the 6 digits it is, but it's got 6 digits to it with a dash in between the 3 at a time. It's 3 digits, then dash, then 3 digits. Go figure, 33. You fill that form out, and you fill out and that's basically a declaration of candidacy. That's what that is. That's what that 6-digit form is. And then the other form you have to turn in with it at the same time is your financial statement. But your financial statement, I've already explained. You don't have to give them any kind of details. There's a thing you can check on the page that says range. So you just check that box, and then it just lets you pick which range. So you just pick whatever range you want. I would say just pick the lowest one that's reasonable, maybe 50 to 100,000. I think it's 50K to 150K is the range on one of the selections. Just select that. That seems like a regular, reasonable one that a lot of people apply to, or that apply to a lot of people. And so, and also the money, So a money order for the money, those 2 forms, you mail all 3 into the Capitol I would say by June 1st, and that'll give them 2 weeks to tell you, hey, we've rejected it because of so-and-so. You forgot to fill out this one thing or whatever. Because they'll reject it for any little reason, but it's only 2 sheets of a form, so it's very simple to have it all filled out and filled out correctly. But if you slip at all, they'll totally try to use that to cause you to not have it revised and turned back in the time frame allotted. And they've got all kinds of little tricks like that, so that's why you got to make sure. Now, granted, another thing that's good about running independent is the primary guys aren't going to be worried about you because independents practically never win. But this is a new era where everyone is getting fed up with both sides. Now, granted, the Trump conservatives are not fed up, but they may be fed up with their local stuff. They may not like their senator. They may love Trump. Remember, the Trump worshipers love Trump, but they disagree with a lot of the Republican senators. They disagree with a lot of Trump's administration, the staff and everything. So all they really like and worship is Trump. They don't care about everybody else unless those people are pro-Trump also. Anybody that is in the administration that doesn't seem to go along with worshiping Trump is immediately disliked by all the Trump conservatives. So, that's definitely a thing we ought to do. If you have the gumption and have the means to try to do so, by all means, please do. I will be running this year. And so I hope that others do as well. And also, I just want the Jews to know that I'm on their ass a little bit, that I'm on to them, and I know what's up with them. And I don't give a shit that once I have myself on the ballot, they're going to know. They're going to see my name, the doing business as name, and all that, and they're going to be like, okay, this guy's clearly a pro-white. We got ourselves another David Duke here. And to that I say, yes, you do, motherfuckers. So, but imagine 50 David Dukes or 500 David Dukes running for office all this time, all this same year. A lot of seats are going to flip. A lot of people are pissed off or fed up with whoever is in the seats of Senate right now in each state. So I say this is a great opportunity for us to do so. I totally recommend that we all do. Let's see. Who else has stopped by? Blue Columbine. Hello, and God bless you. And, I already said that earlier. My bad. I forgot. You've already been here. But who else? Somebody else new had stopped by. Raphael had stopped by, and he said, I feel the need to meme. Mamdani is Epstein's son. Caitlin Clark is a dude with a doink. Kelsey is fake and gay. Bear spray. Q was right. The end. Well, let's see here. There's a lot to unpack. So, Mamdani is Epstein's son. He don't really look like him. I mean, he's obviously a non-white with pitch black hair. Epstein, I don't know. I don't see the relation there. But who knows? Anything's possible in this crazy time we're in. What else? Caitlin Clark is a dude with a doink. I'm not going to disagree with that. It very well could be. Kelsey is fake and gay. I don't remember. I know that name. I don't know who that is right now off the top of my head. Bear spray. It has no context, so I don't really know what that's about. Maybe he was mentioned when I was talking about staying strapped. Maybe he was suggesting carry bear spray, which is a great suggestion for a lot of white people to do. And then he put Q was right. The end. Well, Q is a Jewish psyop, and that was created to keep Trump conservatives believing that they were hashtag winning while we're actually losing everything, and Trump's whole plan is to sell us down the river to the Jews, or on behalf of them. And so Q is the Jews' God. That's one of his names. Qos. It's spelled Qos, but they only pronounce it as Q. And so if you get on Google and you ask Google AI, who is the God of the Edomites, and that's the Jews, if you ask who the God of the Edomites are, it'll say the name Q. And so they basically had all these white people, listening to these Jews calling themselves Q, telling them, oh, Hillary's going to be in Gitmo next week, and when that never happened, they're like, oh, well, she's doing weekends, but they let her out during the week. That's why she's out doing book signings and shit. And then when people are like, okay, but why are we seeing her on the weekends also? Oh, well, she only does weekends every other weekend or every other month. And they just kept doing more and more made up shit. And meanwhile, none of it came to pass, And so, we don't really need Q for any of the info we've already all known. Basically, we've learned all the info we knew without Q. Q was wrong pretty much all the time, and still is to this day. There's no Gitmo, there's no tribunals. That was all a fantasy. There are no military tribunals for politicians. And, and they went so far as to have the conservatives believing that Trump was running an entire other government, separate from the government, and that they were actually holding tribunals against all these politicians. Meanwhile, they're all out every day having coffee and lunch everywhere and enjoying themselves, and then going and voting against us every day in the freaking House of Representatives. So it's like, I mean, literally reality was polar opposite the entire time of what everything Q said. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'd have to disagree with that particular one. But hey, we agreed on some of the stuff. Particularly the Caitlin Clark thing. She could totally be he, whatever. Could totally be a dude. The Kelsey thing, I just don't remember who that is. Okay, and let me scroll back up. Evan Smith said, the honkies thought that one up. Actually, may only go up further. He put, just a heads up, Blue Columbine is a lady. I've heard you call her he, him accidentally in other streams. Oh, my bad. I didn't know Blue Columbine was a lady. And if you have told me that before, and I did know that before, my apologies. It's hard for me to keep track of who's who since I don't have faces to put to names. I don't remember certain ones. I do remember that that Slow Boy Whiteboard is actually Kristen. Because that one's easy to remember because boy in the title always had me thinking it was a guy, and then she corrected me one day. So that one kind of stuck with me. But otherwise, I have a hard time remembering them all. So my apologies if I ever call you he. I'll try to remember that you are also a lady. I Candle All offered some more book recommendations. The Epistle to the Romans by W. Pascoe Gord. That was in 1927. And War Psalms of the Prince of Peace by James E. Adams. And that was from 1991. Another one, America, B.C. by Barry Fell. Wow, I wonder, does that mean British Columbia or before Christ? If it means before Christ, then maybe he knows that this was the original Garden of Eden. That would be interesting. Let's see here. Also, he said, and Study in Hosea by Howard B. Rand from 1955. All right. Rooster Cogburn is here somewhere. Oh, there he was. I saw somebody else that said hello to you. There is his comment. Hello, Rooster Cogburn. Hello, and God bless you, and thanks for chiming in and visiting. And he said, Trump said any invaders with jobs are not getting deported. I totally agree. I don't think he plans on deporting any non-white. In fact, my position is that 0 non-whites are being deported. Yeah, they've arrested a few, and all they do is take them to a facility somewhere, and they hold them for however many days or weeks while some Jew somewhere gets their paperwork, as they call it, finished or completed or filled out or turned in and whatever. And once they get it all processed, now all of a sudden the Jews declare they're legal, and then off you go back into the country. So I don't think any non-whites are being removed from our country at all. And the excuse of, oh, well, we're keeping the hotel workers, and that's because Trump owns hotels, and we're keeping the, farm hands and stuff like that. That's so when white people say, hey, how come there's still Mexicans everywhere in our country? How come it doesn't look like there's a single Mexican missing from our country? How come our traffic is just as bad now as it was the day Trump took office for his second term? If all of this deportation has been happening, shouldn't our roads be clearing up? Shouldn't traffic be getting a lot lighter? Shouldn't I see less and less Mexicans and less blacks fresh from Africa and all this stuff and fresh from the Caribbean islands? Why are they all still here if deportations have been happening like hotcakes? And by the way, you'll notice you haven't seen a single Negro ever be introduced on the news or anywhere as someone being deported, right? All you ever see that's supposedly being deported are spics. That's pretty much it. You know, and maybe a random Muslim, but they're never a darky. That's never a black. Never. So think of the millions of blacks that have been flooded here from every country in Africa, plus all the Caribbean countries. They're all here. None of them are going anywhere. Why? Because doing anything to them would be the scary R word, because you can't do anything to the protected blacks. You can harass Mexicans and arrest Puerto Ricans and put them in a facility and eventually release them back to the public, but you can't hassle the protected blacks that way. You know, you have to treat them very politely, because our government knows that those are the special soldiers they're going to use to wipe out white people. So they have to be very kind and very delicate and ginger with them. And that's why the cops are forced to use kid gloves with them. And that's why they're allowed to attack cops and bite cops and spit on cops and kick and fight cops and try to shoot cops and steal the cop's car if he can and run away every single fucking time and put cops through all this, like, shoot me right now, motherfucker, and all this circumstances, because they know that they're going to get away with it and that their charges will be dropped regardless of whether the cop ends up arresting them or not. And so it's only one more step for the Jews to just make the announcement, hey, blacks and non-whites in general, just kill every white person you see, or kidnap them, keep them as a sex slave. We don't give a fuck what you do to them. Just kill them or enslave them right now. All of you. Just none of you are going to get in trouble. There is no more law. This is the purge. Y'all just go out and attack and take any white people you want for ransom. Not ransom, but you know what I mean, as booty. Literally, too. And as soon as that happens is the Great Tribulation. That will come in 3.5 years. So, yeah, it's definitely looking like no non-whites have been deported, as far as I'm concerned. I have not seen proof of that really anywhere. And, you know, people who say, oh, the news talks about it all the time. Well, I don't believe any of that shit on the news. They are all in conjunction, working in cahoots with Trump, pretending to be anti-Trump while Trump pretends to be anti-news. Really, they're all leftist Jews working together against white people, keeping us duped into believing that, oh, Trump's on our side and the news isn't. You know, and then the lefties are like, oh, the news is on our side, but Trump isn't. Really, Trump and the news are all on one side together. They are not against each other. He's just as friendly with all the Jewish media as he is with all the Jews directly and with all the Clintons and the other leftists that the conservatives think that he is against. He's lifelong registered leftist Democrat friends with all of them. And especially Epstein. So, what else? And of course, remind cucks that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine have never been in a jail. Okay? Never. To ever be killed in a jail or questioned in a jail or hang themselves in a jail or anything at all. There's no such thing as Jews being put in prison. There's no such thing as that. People think what about Bernie Madoff? He's not in prison. He's in he's probably in Israel. So every Jew you ever thought went to prison or was put in jail for an extended period of time, they are not in jail. They are not in prison. Jews do not get put in a prison. Jews control our entire judicial system. And it's called judicial system, by the way. So they are immediately, anytime a Jew is caught doing anything wrong, they immediately fly to Israel and they continue living out their life. And while they're busy enjoying their life in Israel, they'll have one or a team of Jews here working to get their charges completely dismissed. And then once their charges are totally dismissed, then they are free to just come right back over here and continue living their life as they were beforehand. So, But in cases where the whole public of America thinks that some Jew was put in prison for 50 years or 150 years or whatever till he's dead, or even if it's just 10 years or whatever they say on the news, that's never the case. There's no such thing as any Jew in any prison anywhere. So, just wanted to remind everyone that, when you see that kind of bullshit in the comment sections, please correct them, because they are all ass wrong who say that. And I know there was another thing I wanted to talk about tonight that's happened this week, but I don't recall what it was right now. So I think I got most of the chat read, and some people have chimed in. Amaze Balls, Evan Smith said, is a lady also. Oh, I did not know that either. Thank you all for telling me. I appreciate it. Hey, looky here, y'all. John Connor has visited and said hello. Hello. God bless you, John Connor. Hope you are well. I Candle All said, okay, I already read that. No, I didn't. America BC is meaning before Christ. Oh, good. It's about Celtics being here as far back as 800 BC. Awesome. Yes, we had, we had the Vikings come here at 1000 AD, trading tin, and they also brought copper over here. But 800 BC is a long time ago. And that's really awesome that the Celts were here so far back then. After the flood. That's really great. I'll definitely have to check that out. I got that screenshotted as well. And John Connor had said, what happened to local news? Back then, 30, 40 years ago, they would talk about real local stories. Now it's all opinion and pro-politician stuff. Back then, they questioned the government. What happened? Well, what happened was the news used to be, that's a good way to explain it. Well, at first, the news media companies were owned by white people, and over time, the Jews bought one after another until they owned them all. And then, the Jewish plan is a slow, calculated plan. It's not something where they just jump the gun, like nowadays it looks like they're being very open and flagrant in the whole thing, and they are. But that isn't the protocol. The protocol originally was to go slow and steady, such a slow creep that white people never notice that it's happening. And that's what the news was back then. The news, their whole gag back in the day was, we grill the government, we question the government, all this. But to be honest, even 30, 40 years ago, white people as a whole were still cucked, so they didn't notice. But the news media has always favored whichever side is in government at the time. Let me reword that. That's not a good way to word it. The media has always portrayed themselves as vigilantly critical against the government, right? But they also, anytime a Democrat was in office, they also glazed the Democrats. And then anytime a Republican was in office, they would run more negatively worded posts about whatever the news was. And that's the same tactic they do today. It's just today they can be very openly anti-white, very boldly anti-white, in their article titles, things they say in their articles. So, they've basically just shifted gears is all. But they were already practicing all that stuff 30, 40 years ago in the news. anytime a Democrat was in office, they would only report positive things about the Democrat, only positive things about Democrat administration. They would sweep anything under the rug they could ignore. And then, anytime a Republican was in office, it was highlighting his failures, highlighting whatever, whatever thing may perceive of them as bad as possible, to be as bad looking as possible to the public. Basically trying to ruin them through bad optics, And so, 30, 40 years ago, the Jews were just in a different phase of their plan. But now they have ramped all that up because they know that we are at the end time. So that's pretty much why they've kind of just said, hell with it. Let everybody say what they want. We're going to say what we want now. It's kind of a free-for-all right now, a First Amendment free-for-all right now. But in 3.5 years, all that's coming to an end, and white people will, for the final 3.5 years, we will be under great persecution. John Connor said, they won't even touch on any local stories at all anymore, not even a single crime story. It's so apparent and obvious what's going on. Well, that and, hello, kitty. That and, the things they would be having to report on are black crimes and other non-whites who've committed terrible crimes. So that's the other reason they don't want to report typical local news like they're expected to do, because they'd have to go from one black to another black to another black to another black. And they did used to do that on the news back in the day, but the Jews over time said, hey, they hired some black to come raise a stink about it, and then they supported the black. And so that way it didn't look like they were the ones that came up with the idea when really they were. And they would just pick a boon, some random female nog or whatever, to come to an assigned to her location and complain and throw a fit, and then the Jews step in and go, oh, we agree with her. She's right in all her nog wisdom, And then that way the Jews got to implement what they wanted to anyway. But it was all done through the process to give the appearance that some black complained and got it, and then Jews supported the complaint. Really, all along, it's just the Jews who wanted to do it and orchestrated it, argued it in court and the whole thing. Deb of Christ said, I'm going to cut out early. God bless everyone. I hope you all get a good night's rest. Enjoy the remainder of the week. Thank you, dear, and God bless you, and I hope you have a great night's sleep. I hope your children rest well and have a great week this week. By the way, for all of you, I probably won't be able to do a Sabbath stream this coming Sabbath. If I do, it's going to have to be very early in the afternoon, probably as late as 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock at the latest, is when I would be able to start. And then I'd probably only be able to go till about 9 or 10 o'clock because I do have to be up early on Sabbath this week. So, if I do a Sabbath stream, be on the lookout for it to happen, earlier on Friday evening than usual. Probably 7 p.m. Eastern or 6 p.m. Eastern if I can get started early enough, if I can get home and get it all going. And if for whatever reason I can't do a stream Friday night, then I will attempt to do it on Sabbath evening. Shouldn't say evening, but the end of Sabbath going into Sunday, as Sabbath evening hits. Let's see here. John Connor asked,
stupid question I asked, but it's just weird how everything has changed. Oh, no, that's not a stupid question. That's very valid and observable. I mean, we see that they have shifted gears, you know, and they don't operate exactly the same way as they used to. Of course, a lot of things are still similar, like the favoriting the Democrat anytime they're in office and talking ill of the Republican when they're in office. But they did absolutely glaze both sides more so back then than they do now. They pretended to be critical of the government while really they were leaking. It was the Jews in control of our media, leaking only specific info out to mislead white people or keep them stuck on something in a hamster wheel while the Jews are just rolling right around them with the real reality that was going on. John also said, because crime rates are the lowest they have been in 120 years. Right. Yeah, when you don't report the crimes at all, then it looks like there's no crime in an area, which is exactly what we know the Jews and blacks have been doing with black areas. They're trying to, you know, and even when they bust blacks now, sometimes they'll just blatantly call them white and classify them as white. And then that way their crime goes on the white people statistics, not on any black crime happening in the black ran area. Like if we let blacks just keep going at the rate they're going, within the next 3 years, Atlanta would be declaring they have had 0 crimes all year long. And then they would start declaring that every year. There's no crime, 0. Not a single one, not a single crime happened in this whole city. I Candle All said, "Ha, that's funny, Evan. Well, check it out. That one I have has hundreds of photos, also maps, old Celtic texts. Just got it, along with a pile of others, but it is very interesting." That does sound really interesting, that book. I'm definitely going to have to find that online or something and check that out, because that does seem very interesting to read. And then John Connor said, the crime stats show crime being the highest from the 1960s to the 1990s, but say crime is the lowest from the 2000s to now. Crime stats are all being led about now, or lied to about now. Yeah, absolutely true. That's 100% true. They've basically inverted, you know, reality, and basically are trying to claim that when America was all white, that's when it was full of crime, and now that all the wonderful blacks have been bred like by the billions in our country to exist now, and now that we've got all these millions of darkies here as well, brownoids, I mean, here as well, that they're all just little saints, and they behave so much better than the white people did when it was an all-white country. So, of course, they want those kind of things being shown and being taught. And so I'm sure our school kids have all been being taught that for the last at least 20 years now. All right. I have made it through the chat. I apologize for anything I didn't read that someone may have wanted me to read. But I feel like I got through most of the stuff where it wasn't conversation between two others and it was directed, you know, toward the whole chat or me or whatever. And so that was good stuff to get through the chat and see what all you guys had to say and gals had to say. Let's see. And John also said, and the cops now, they aren't the cops from years ago. Just do a quick comparison of cops back then to now. Of course, crime isn't being reported. Yeah, well, not only that, but, you know, we have, like you're saying here in this example, look at the cops we have now. That's absolutely part of it. We have the Bleeding Heart Women now being hired as cops. And, they've already been taught their whole lives to pander to blacks and cater to blacks and all this crap. And not only that, they're too weak to be officers. They're not built for that. They're not big enough. They're not strong enough. Also, to get women into being police at all, they completely changed the rules for the police academy, where women can now easily pass the police academy, whereas before it took a very, highly already athletically trained and military trained woman to ever be able to pass, all the police academy tests, physical tests, So they created a woman version of it, where the women don't have to do near as much as the men, and then they can still pass and become a cop, wouldn't you know? And also that doubly benefits the non-whites. So any non-whites that can't pass the written part of the test, but they can pass the physical part, they can still be hired as well. And they've been doing the lowering standards thing, pretty much everywhere across the board. Corporations, air traffic control, which is fucking insane. And even piloting them and the whole thing, all that's just crazy. Working on airplanes, not a single nigger should be anywhere within 1 million miles of an airplane. And they do it with the police forces, and they do it with the government now. And so, this is not going to stop until we all start running for office. And it will keep going anyway. It's not like we're going to stop it. But if we can get enough pro-white people to just all run in these midterms, and perhaps some of us win, even if one of us wins, now we have a pro-white person in the Senate, making votes, drafting bills, proposing bills, basically will be acting like a wrench in the cogs of the machine. And kind of like how Massey is putting on a show, as though he is doing. I don't necessarily believe Massey. I think he might be controlled opposition. But, and that is because of his suspect behavior right after his wife died. That typically, he didn't seem to be very in mourning about it. And right away he was with another woman and got, I think, even married to her right away. Maybe he didn't marry her. Maybe he just got with her right away, but he got with her right away. Like the next fucking day he had a woman. And basically never showed any remorse about his wife or anything publicly. It seemed like it was kind of like a neighbor's dog that died to him. It was like, oh, bummer, and then he moved on with life the next day. And kind of Erica Kirk style. And so that makes me think that Massey is controlled opposition, and that also, that that Charlie Kirk is not dead, that his assassination was a hoax. And that's why Erica isn't sad or beat up or anything else, because she knows he's just chilling in Israel. And so, and of course they had Charlie put out some anti-Jewish tweets the last few, days before they pulled the hoax. So that way everybody can go back and go, look, Charlie was starting to turn on Jews and da-da-da-da, and that's why they killed him, and that keeps the story believable. So, that's kind of where I'm at with that. John Connor also said, not a knock on all cops, just a noticing of mine. And he also put, and poor examples of whites being hired. Yeah, that's the other thing, is when whites are hired at places, they're always not always, but a lot of times they're cucked leftists who will not complain about the Great Replacement. And if they're not a cucked leftist, a rabid leftist, whatever, they will be a lesser mentality white person, kind of like your guy on Office Space that was worried about his stapler, and they moved him all the way down to the dungeon of the freaking building. And and he could only care about one little thing or two little things. And he was basically useless there. That's the other type of whites that they will hire, so that the non-whites outperform them in the company. And that gives them further justification to continued diversity hiring, because they could say, look, this white person we hired, like, you know, the white people demand, he sucks at the job. He's lazy. He shows up late. He goes home early, or he clocks out early sometimes, unapproved. He's, you know, been subordinate multiple times and gotten punished for it. And meanwhile, look at our Mexicans. Wow. You know, they don't need a smoke break. They don't even need lunch break. They'll work all the way from, 6 in the morning till whenever we tell them to stop. And they take cash under the table, which keeps me from having to do all kinds of stuff. So, like, they'll have justification, for it after they hire the crappy white person. So that is definitely another one of their techniques. And he also asked, do you believe there will be a fabricated terror incident? I feel like this Iran thing and other things are leading up to it. Yes, I'm 100% on that train. I expect something very dear to America to be attacked here. I think it will probably be Disneyland, or if it's not Disneyland, it will be something like that. Because remember, killing kids is their favorite thing. That's what they just did to the Iranian girls, the little girls' school in Iran. They bombed that little girls' school knowing that it would be full of little girls. And so that is one of their things that they love to do. So I absolutely expect that they will perform some type of either a real, actual death sacrifice ritual where they actually cause white children to be killed, or at minimum, they will do a false flag. After all, Disney is an acting place, right? So not only is it filled with kids, filled with white children, but it's also a place that filled with many actors. And they're mostly all rabid leftist homosexuals. That's why they like to work at the children's parks, so they have access to children. And it wouldn't be hard at all to convince a team of Disney's rabid leftist actors to get together and choreograph and rehearse a false flag incident. But because we're in the final times, I think most likely it would be a real attack. I think that they would really attack Disneyland and then say that it was Iran that attacked us. You know what I mean? And that will piss off all of the dupe Trump-servatives and all this shit. Any Trump-servative that's been slowly slipping off the Trump train, they'll immediately jump back on it and go, let's roll, let's go kill them all, let God sort them out, and all that shit. So I do expect something like that to happen. I do expect it to be somewhere that is heavily dense with white children, which leads me to believe that it will be Disneyland. And I actually predicted that on my old channel way back in the day when we were the big channel I had that got taken down, my biggest one, I should say. And even actually one of my smaller channels before my biggest channel that I ever had. I mentioned on both of those that I thought that Disneyland would be a target someday. At the time, I didn't say it was the Jews, but now I understand that's who it would be. But I already didn't trust the government, and they were doing all these false flags everywhere, and we were busting those left and right. And so I figured at some point, surely any old day, they would attack Disneyland, and they still haven't. That's still the ace card in their back pocket, I think. They're holding for the right time, according to them. And that right time is coming any time now. So it will probably happen. I would guess it will happen this year or next year, max. Probably will happen this year, and most likely happen very soon. Because, after all, they're losing more and more approval. The weaponry is being depleted through attrition. And so, they're going to get to a point where they're like, okay, we need to rally more support. Okay, people are going to get more and more pissed off about the gas prices and all this shit. So they're going to have to do something like a false flag or a real attack on America, a new 9/11, to rally white people in America against whoever is blamed. In this case, it will be Iran. And so, yeah, it's a bummer to say, but I do think that it will probably be Disneyland. And before you got here, before you got here, I had mentioned earlier that the third temple is already built. And white people are going to be duped into believing that it's not built yet. Well, they already are duped into believing that it's not built yet. And it's built underground. So it's already intact underground. They're already committing daily sacrifices in it and have been for however long now. What was the other part of what I was trying to say there? And I mentioned in the stream earlier, way early on, that they will be blowing up the Temple Mount soon. So that will probably happen this year. It may even happen any day now. They're going to blow up the Holy Temple Mount, and that will be their excuse to start construction on the third temple. But that will all be a hoax. Not the destruction of the Temple Mount, that won't be a hoax. They will destroy that. But once they start pretending to build the third temple, that will all be a hoax. The building of the third temple on the surface, where the Temple Mount once stood before they blew it up, that will be a hoax. Because the third temple is already built and it's already in operation. And so as the Goy see this third temple being rebuilt on the surface, they are going to think that they have more time until Christ's arrival. And for the Jews, more importantly, white people in this next 3.5 years will not realize that 3.5 years from now, they will suddenly go into extreme persecution and tribulation. And the reason they will think they have more time is because of the Jews' cunning plan of pretending to be rebuilding the third temple, but never actually completing it, never even trying to. And the reason why they would do all of that is because white people, if they start studying their Bible and realize, oh shit, we only have 3.5 years from right now until we're under crazy tribulation. Well, another white person who knows the Bible really well might come along and go, no, that can't be the case. We're not as close to Christ's arrival as you think, because after all, Christ said the third temple has to be rebuilt first, and the Antichrist has to sit in the throne of it and declare that he's God, and then the immediate thing after will be the decree to, kidnap or slaughter or enslave all white people. And so, I kind of lost my train of thought there. So the third temple will be acting as a decoy or a time buffer. So if white people knew that the third temple was already built, and they saw the signs of the blood moons and the eclipses and things since Christ's sacrifice, a white person would be, alarmed and realize that this is it. This is the final 7 years. But with the third temple sitting there, not built on the surface and right in front of Whitey, they're going to keep thinking, oh, we have more time, when really we won't have more time. And that will allow white people to be caught off guard. Because after all, if the third temple was already built right now on the surface and white people knew it and all that, then discovering when our great tribulation suddenly will come upon us would be easy for any white person to figure out. Instead, they don't want you to figure out that it's the year 2033. In the year 2033, the temple on top that they pretend to be building will be nowhere near finished. And so all year of 2033, white people will be oblivious to the fact that suddenly they will be harvested away that year. And And instead, they will be, thinking, oh, we have 20 more years. We have, who knows? We have to wait till this daggum temple's finally finished. And then, then somebody can sit on the throne inside it and declare they are God. But until it gets built and finished, none of that's ever going to happen. Or not ever going to happen, but none of that's happening yet. When really it's happening already under white people's feet. So anyway, let me just read whatever last couple things here have been said. And then I'm going to go ahead and shut her down for the night so we can all try to get to bed at a decent hour. John said, I turn 100% attention back to Muslims again, like in 2001. Yes, that too, because anytime all eyes are on Muzzies instead of the Jews, the better. And of course, now the Arabs, it's just going to be Iran. Iran. From now on, that's what it's going to be. Let's see here. Most of the incidents are real, just ritualistic. There is almost always real dying, in my opinion. Well, certainly there are some times, but a lot of the hoaxes that they were running back in the day where nobody could cry, including the parents of the supposed victims and all that stuff, we discovered that all those mostly are Jewish actors that are reused in different scenarios. We found the same actors at Boston bombing that we found at a school shooting, that we also found at a mall shooting. So, yes, there are rituals where especially now there will be, where white children are sacrificed, or murdered, I should say. And I do think that that's going to be more and more real now because the Jews know that the last 7 years are here now, and so they're basically going to just go all in. And they're going to be eliminating as many white people as they possibly can. So from here on out, most things that we ever see happen on American soil will most likely be real. I think the Jews are pretty much done with their false flags, except to try to trigger us into fighting Iran. So, but again, that false flag, I think, will be not a false flag. I think it'll be a real, even though it's a false flag, let me now restate it. Yes, it'll still be a false flag, but it'll be a self-inflicted, or not but a Jewish-inflicted attack, and they will blame Iran. And even though it won't be Muslims, it'll be Iran. And so we will just, go back and forth with them as much as the Jews want to. And he also said most of the incident, he also said you'll see all the Punisher skull cucks come out of the gutter to focus on Muslims. Yeah, perhaps. And I don't mind that. I just wish they would also shoot the Jews. Kendall All said, any in BC, Canada. Check out the Association of the Covenant People. Wow. Okay. I'll screenshot that as well. John Connor said, booms heard around the country. Most likely huge underground caving going on. I've heard and felt these massive booms myself. Yeah, I think a lot of that is, fracking gets blamed for a lot of that, but I think fracking is a cover for the tunneling they've been doing. I mean, fracking makes some sense. I'm not going to say that it doesn't make sense as far as their explanation of what they're doing and how they do it, but it does have a slight little bit of seemingly nonsensical stuff to it. After all, fracking, they supposedly pressurize the ground, and if you think about it, the ground is huge, essentially compared to an air compressor, no matter how big it is, and a hose and a nozzle coming out of it. No matter how big it is, the Earth's ground that you would stick it in to try to frack is enormous.
essentially infinite compared to that one pressurized machine that can force air pressure into the ground. And so I don't see white people being able to pressurize the earth like that. Because my position is that the air pressure would just dissipate all through the ground everywhere, and that it wouldn't cause displacement of the oil because the pressure wouldn't be great enough to do anything like that. Now, I could be wrong. I realize they have all the metrics claim that they have it all worked out and that it's real and the whole thing, but I still say that it's mostly just a cover for the noises they make below our feet when they are boring tunnels. And we have truckers who've reported that even though they signed NDAs and all that stuff, after they retired, they said, heck with it, I'm retired, I don't have to give a shit anymore. And so they would tell stories to their children, their grandkids, their nephews and things. And so I've read reports or testimonies of people who said, their uncle told them, a bunch of things about the underground highways. And they say there are tunnels that go all the way from New York to L.A. and everywhere in between. And that a truck can stay completely underground and go anywhere it needs to go in America. And so that's how they transport a lot of the military stuff and things like that, so that white people don't have any idea where the stuff is or that things are being transported through the country. And it's also where they smuggle all the children. It's how Jews get across the country. It's why you don't ever see a bunch of Jews on commercial flights and things like that, but you rarely see them flying on private jets either. It's because they are riding in vehicles or maglev trains, high-speed trains or whatever, underground in tunnels under our countries. Evan Smith said, you're a true bookworm, man. Impressive. That's really good that you study so much and not just online stuff, but from books. Good for you, bro. Talking to iCandle All. And John Connor said, not always, but almost always. Yeah, talking about the sacrifices. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are times where I definitely agree that there are times that they will kill our people, especially like 9/11 and things like that. But they are going to start. I think the hoaxes are done. I think from now on, every false flag will be killing white people each time. John Connor also said Alex Jones is done. He's no longer what he used to be. If he was, he would be talking about a possible upcoming terror ritual. Yeah, that is a good point. Alex Jones is usually the big fear monger. He's kind of like a Lisa Haven, but a male version. He's always, oh, doom's coming any day. Oh, they're about to do this or that. And meanwhile, he hasn't been like that at all recently. Now, I haven't watched his latest crash out with him and Nick Fuentes or any of that. I saw it going around the other day, whatever it was, a few days ago, but I never clicked on it because I'm kind of but I'm kind of just, I'm not clicking anything with Nick Fuentes on it since he pulled the stupid Jeffrey Epstein zip shirt and all that crap and tried to glaze him and all that as a joke. I'm just not even down with that kind of joking. So I haven't clicked on that. So I don't know what Alex Jones said in that most recent crash out that was famous or that went viral. But, he's been a controlled opposition for so long. I mean, us truthers have been making fun of him since, the mid-2000s when YouTube was new. We always joked about how he was 7 years behind us because he would make a whole hysterical video and post it about something that we had already all known for like 5 years, 7 years. And so we always just considered him 7 years behind us and joked about him as that. And we even called him that. The guy was set, or not the guy, but we would just say, oh, there's
The truth is that 7 years behind us. Let's see here. John Connor said, the booms are so powerful, woke me up at 6 a.m. before. Yeah, I remember reading a story, or watching a video, I should say, about a story where somewhere in the country they were making so many booms that it was like so constant, and that sounds more like boring tunnels to me than fracking, that all the locals started complaining and throwing a fit. And a pretty dense area of people. It wasn't like a rural area where they could just ignore one or two farms of mom and pop people living out on homesteads. It was actually a city. I think it was Oklahoma. And if that's the case, it would have been Oklahoma City, because they don't really have any other city in Oklahoma except the capital. So I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, it was Oklahoma City. The people there, this was probably like, gosh, when did I read that story? This was probably back in like gosh, man, it's too hard to judge, because that story it went in my eyes and right out my ears, and I just forgot all about it. Maybe it was 15 years ago. So that would have been maybe 2015. Maybe 2013, something like that. It was anywhere from like 2013 to, gosh, it could have been even sooner than that ago. It could have been maybe 20 or older, further back than that. It could have been maybe but anywhere from between, I would say, 2010 and 10 years ago. Right? So anywhere from between 2010 and 2016. If I'm not mistaken, it was Oklahoma residents were complaining about they said it was constant, that they could almost never get a break from it, every few moments. And so they thought that they were going through some kind of seismic cycle where they're having constant earthquakes. But quickly on, the news came out and said, no, this is fracking going on underneath your feet, and don't worry about it, because fracking's totally safe and cool, and you don't have anything to worry about. And then I remember hearing that they had a collapse, and a collapse wouldn't occur from fracking as they portray it to be. They had an excuse for how it can happen, but it just wouldn't be the case. And the reason we know that is because of cavers. Cavers go under the ground, and they go through these and drop down in and stand around and walk around in these enormous caverns, these enormous wide open voids. Some of them are holes that are 700, 800 feet deep from the top to bottom, like rooms, you know what I mean? And as big around as a football field. And they're everywhere underneath our feet, all under the ground everywhere. And so fracking would just find its way through the earth and through the rock, and it would just eventually escape it into one of the voids. And so in fracking, their excuse was for the collapse, which may have also happened in Oklahoma. I don't know where the collapse happened, but somewhere they were allegedly fracking, had a collapse, had a sinkhole form. And they said, it's because we displaced so much oil out of the rock of this area and whatever. And meanwhile, none of that's true. It was probably the whole time, Elon's boring machine cruising by, and it took multiple weeks to go by or months to go by. So the people were experiencing nonstop rumble, nonstop, grinding, crumbling, sensation in their feet in the ground. And they kept being told, oh, no, it's just fracking. Don't worry about it. So then the people go, well, if this is what fracking is, we don't like it. And they're like, no, you don't understand. We got to do fracking. So even though you don't like it, we still got to do it. And you're just going to have to deal with it. And then after months of the boring machine, working its way through the underneath the city or wherever, it's out in the rural areas and whatever, there were less people that were going to complain about it. And and then it just moved along to wherever its target destination was. And but I remember that happening, and I remember them complaining about it and all that back in the day. And Evan Smith said, sounds like them in the tunnels wanting them to cave in on them. Yeah, and that is what's going to happen. And they're going to want it to happen that way because they don't want to have to see Jesus Christ. They don't want to have to see him with their mortal eyes. They don't want to see the whiteness of his appearance. They don't want to see Christ kill them himself directly in the open like that. So they plan on being in the tunnels in the underground bases when Christ arrives, and they know that Christ can penetrate all of those places and crush all of them. And so they're basically going to ocean gate themselves, but in the ground instead. And so when Christ arrives, everyone on the surface will die, and then suddenly he will cause all the earth to collapse down onto all their stuff and crush it all, and they'll all be crushed and killed with it. And in their mind, that's fine because at least they didn't have to look at Jesus as he arrived and conquered them. And John Connor said, another boom knocked pictures off the walls and triggered car alarms. Yeah, it happens. It used to happen a lot. I don't know if it's still happening a lot, but it did happen a lot back when they were, tunneling around and blaming it on fracking. I know it was happening a lot back in the day. And then Evan Smith said, in the book of Revelation, it says they tell the rocks to fall on them while Christ's wrath pours down on them. That's exactly right. And that's how they plan on doing it. So, well, I've been noticing the military's, I guess it's the military, these fleets of trucks have been going by at night with all this equipment on them. And sometimes they have lots of cops escorting them and stuff. But they go by really slow, so they must be, and the engine's revved way up. So whatever they're hauling is really heavy. They have some going by me right now. I live kind of near an interstate, and it's far away from me, but it's close enough where I can see things go by and hear them go by. And so I've happened to observe that recently. And it's been happening every night. Late at night when I'm sitting out here at 2 and 3 in the morning, that's when they go by, And I realize that's when there's no traffic, but it's also a nice an extra bonus they get out of that, a happy bonus they get out of that is nobody sees them transporting the stuff through the town. And granted, I don't live in town. I live out, but I just mean across state or whatever. Let's see here. The bankers will go bonkers in their bunkers. Yes, they will. Evan Smith said, Revelation 6:16, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. That's absolutely true, and that is their plan. John Connor said, what's up with the Jays' love of Florida? So many entirely J districts and towns in Florida. So weird. And Florida has been being heavily invested in and built up. Just a weird coincidence? Well, Florida is the Garden of Eden. So it makes sense that they would want to commandeer white man's original home. Let's see here. Also, Hosea 10:8. And then, I can't recall that one off the top of my head, but Evan Smith said to I Kendall All, yup, good catch. And then Evan Smith said, also stay white, good point that fracking is just a cover for the tunnels. Because how else are they going to hide that from us? Exactly. The only other thing they could say is that, oh, we're getting lots of earthquakes. We're getting lots of earthquakes. But that would make them have to bribe all of NOAA, all of the seismic readers that pay attention to the seismic activity and all that stuff. That would have been a lot more people they'd have to involved in the lie and get all of them to, agree to follow the Judaism plan. And so for them, I think it was just much, much easier to declare that they were fracking. And because, remember, all the seismologists and everybody else were told to pay no attention to the, we must have an invader animal here. My cat's freaking out. Who do you see? Who's around? Who is it? What is it? What is it? I don't see anything. What do you see? No, I don't see it, so I guess it ran off. But with fracking, all they had to do was have one or two fake, Jewish-made companies show up in the area and announce to the news and everybody that, hey, if you're feeling extra rumbles in the ground and stuff, and they let the seismologists all know and everything, hey, these are all going to be false positives because we're fracking around here. We're fracking for natural gas or oil or whatever. So if you feel a bunch of rumbling, don't let that bother you. That's not earthquakes. That's just us fracking. And that's a much easier, process than trying to get all the seismologists and everybody else to want to be, go along with the lie. And then Evan Smith said to I Kendall All, Scripture often quotes itself, especially the New Testament from the Old. Yes, absolutely. That's true. And Evan Smith said, that's awesome that you knew about that. A very well-read and knowledgeable man. White people, triple-digit IQ excellence. And then Connor said, John Connor said, yes, I remember you mentioning it being the Garden of Eden. Yes, and so it makes sense that they would want to commandeer that. Anywhere that's special or a gift to white men from God, the Jews are going to want to claim it for themselves. So it makes total sense that they would, want to commandeer Florida. And then Evan Smith said, the high places also of heaven, I guess he meant to type, the sin of Israel, or Avon, maybe he does mean the word Avon. 8, the high places also of Avon, the sin of Israel, shall be destroyed, the thorn and the thistle. Yes, they are a thorn in our side and a thistle in our shoes. Boy, that's for sure. They're a thistle in both of our shoes. I read that in a comment section one day, and I screenshotted it. It's actually part of my slideshow from a stream a long time ago, and it was some commenter, and he commented, Israel is a rock in our shoe. And then right after that, he had a second thought, and so he added another comment just moments after and put, Israel is a rock in both of our shoes. And that's totally true. And so the thorn and the thistle is the exact same. The thorn, Sephardic, the thistle, Ashkenazi, So, or you could say the thorn, Orthodox, the thistle, unorthodox. Either way, because there are the two types of Jews. All right. And Evan Smith said, the thorn and the thistle shall come upon their altars. Oh, it moved on me. And they shall say to the mountains, cover us, and to the hills, fall on us. Yes, that is going to be their thing. I Candle All said, I actually read Hosea today. That's how I caught that. That book predicts our people's reunification as well as God's mercy to still help us while we were practicing idolatry. And he also, and John Connor put, back to the local news being openly weird now. Have you noticed how anchors are creepily overly positive? It's very creepy. Weird smiling, weird talking, all positive stories. I watched it earlier. You know, we may actually see a lot more of that in the next 3.5 years. While white people are rising up more and more, the news may actually throttle back against white people for a little while. And the news is also, part of that is also that the news isn't reporting crimes being committed by the non-whites so that white people think that crime is getting better and all those things. I'm sure there's multiple prongs of benefit they get from that particular process they're doing now. Bad Goy 2 just chimed in. Hello. God bless you, and thank you for visiting, and thanks for chiming in. And he said, will the earth fall on them, or will God just personally visit them all to spite them for trying to hide? Well, you know, that's a good question. I mean, since they are planning on doing exactly what God already declared in prophecy they're going to say, I imagine it's going to go down exactly the way prophecy says, that they will want the rocks to fall on them and they will stay in those bunkers, and Christ will just oblige them because it already says in prophecy that that's what they're going to say. So I don't think that they're going to say it because they want to say it. They're going to say it because prophecy says it. You know what I mean? To them, they're going to hope that their bunker holds up. You know what I mean? They're going to hope that, you know, that they've outsmarted God and Christ, and that they've fortified they've went so far into the ground and they've fortified it so well that there's no way it's going to collapse on them. But that would just be them coping, living in a delusional state. And, you know, the Jews have gotten away with everything they've wanted for so long now that they actually are in a deluded state now. They're basically high on their own farts now. And so it wouldn't be a big stretch for them to think that even though they knew all along it would never work, that they actually could convince themselves that if they just fortify their living spaces well enough, and that they build it deep enough in the earth, that surely they'll be able to survive Christ's arrival. But yeah, it's not going to work at all. And they will definitely get crushed by the rocks, just like they hope to have happen, or that they will hope to have happen to them once Christ's wrath starts being poured out. And Evan Smith said, that was Hosea 10:8 I posted. I had to split it in two. Okay, copy that. And thank you for that post. That's a good one. John Connor said, that's what I mean. Just very creepy and Orwellian. Textbook definition of government-owned media. Yes, it is. It's kind of the Orwellian thing. Yes, that is basically a good way to describe it. And Evan Smith was greeting Bad Goy 2, saying, nice to meet you, glad to have you here. And that's a good question. Which is, absolutely is a good question. Yeah, he said, Bad Goy 2 said, fair. It would be ironic and merciful. Yeah, the thing is, you know, I don't know if God would be doing it to be merciful necessarily, but I think it's just their confidence is suddenly going to be shattered. Like I was mentioning a minute ago, where they're high on their own supply already. They've developed so much gall and so much hubris about themselves that even though they deep down know that they're just coping and that they're full of shit and they're bullshitting themselves and the whole thing, you know, once they're down there in those facilities and they know that they're thousands of feet under the ground and they see this giant thing that's been built and it's so strong looking and so fortified looking, they will probably, you know, once they're down there and observing it all, and it's probably very high tech and very well built and all those things, their confidence level is going to be pretty high. They're going to just basically keep
breathing each other's farts about it, and till the time when Christ arrives, by the time he arrives, they're really going to think that they've got something special built that's going to keep them safe. And then when suddenly the whole earth just starts crushing it down onto them, that's when their ego is going to suddenly vanish. And they're going to be so afraid that they will just say, please just let these rocks fall on us and crush us and kill us. We don't want to have to see Jesus. We don't want to have to see our destroyer. So basically, they're basically building the underground bunkers to live in or to hide in when Christ arrives. Not because they're escaping death. I'm sure they might they've probably started convincing themselves that that's going to work. But at the time when Christ arrives, they will suddenly be back in reality, and they will realize that, they're going to be killed. But they don't want to have to see Christ's face. So that's why they're going to be asking for the earth to collapse onto them and kill them, because they just don't want to see his face or see him at all. Evan Smith said to John Connor, yeah, kind of like North Korea, prison of war brainwashing during the Korean War, like a wacky PTSD fake happy face. Yes, the news anchors, where it's like they better stay perfectly happy and positive the whole time, or they could be pulled off set and killed right away. And who knows, maybe all the propaganda about North Korea isn't as crazy as we have been led to believe. Now, granted, we've had some escapees come here and report that it is absolutely that way and everything as we portray it to be, but isn't it odd how Jews have no concern with that? They are not over there going, hey, you've got to be multiculti, and you've got to open your borders, and you've got to stop, being a dictator, and we don't believe in dictators and all this. They don't bother them at all, not one iota. He's got a whole country to himself over there, and nobody fucks with him. You know what I mean? And he's rules over millions of people, and nobody says shit. No Jew says anything about it. Why? Because they're not white. If Kim Jong-un was white, if North Korea was white, it would already be filled with blacks and Mexicans and fucking Jews, and Jews would already rule over all their government positions. So, all right. Bad Goy 2 said, I've come by a couple of times before. I don't usually chime in much. Well, hey, you're welcome to anytime, man. Thank you very much for your visits. I appreciate that. And all of us do. And we appreciate any of you who chime in with great points, like you already have. John Connor said, what's up with the whole space alien thing? Where does this fall into things? Well, like usual, Jews get multiplicity out of everything. So, the alien thing is a multiplicity benefit for the Jews. For one, it solidifies to all the cucked atheist white people that there is no God. And so that keeps them from reaching for Jesus Christ. The cucked white people who are Christians, who aren't real Christians, though, but are Christian in name only, they will perhaps believe, some of them will perhaps believe the aliens are real and lose their faith in the existence of God. And the hope that Jesus Christ is coming to get them. I don't think there will be all that many of those, but it could exist. Another thing is what was the other main one I was going to point out? Because there is another main benefit they get from it. It disguises the demons, right? So if Christians think that they're seeing aliens, right, then they won't realize that those are actually demons, that those are actually hell's angels. Oh, And the other thing is it keeps the reinforcement of the ball earth bullshit going, which is anti-biblical. So add it all up, and they get quite a bit of benefit from, pushing the whole alien thing. And really, I think they did it mostly to take heat off of the Epstein files. I think that they thought that because they think we're a lot stupider than we are. And the reason why is because without YouTube, without the internet, white people would be much more stupid. But because of all of us and all of our efforts of spreading awareness to everyone else we know and online and everywhere, the population has become less stupid and more on to their antics. So they genuinely thought that they could just declare, we'll just hint that aliens are real and exist and all this stuff. And that'll steer all their focus onto demanding, let's hear all about it. Tell us everything you know, and da-da-da. And all the attention would be taken completely off the Epstein files and focused solely on the alien thing. And they threw a bunch of shit at the wall. They said, hey, what about JFK files? We'll tell you about it. Who killed JFK? We'll tell you. UFOs? We'll admit it. What was the other one they threw at the wall, too, and hoped it stuck, or hoped that anything stuck? What was the other one? The 9/11. That's the other one. They're like, we're going to go back through the 9/11 files. Maybe it wasn't that. Maybe it was something else. But I know there was another one. I'm trying to think of what it was, but I can't recall what it was. So, but regardless, aliens alone was such a big topic for so many people that, they figured, we'll just say we're going to release who killed JFK, or at least the files, so that people would assume that they could figure out who killed JFK. It was Jackie, by the way, in case none of y'all realize who it was. It was Jackie. But she was a CIA operative. She was introduced to him. They were literally introduced, and she was a CIA operative. The way she hopped out of the back seat and clawed to get her way out of the car is unnatural for a woman who just watched her husband get his head blown off. She would have just embraced him and bawled her eyes out. She wouldn't have been like, "Oh shit, I'm out of here," like a soldier. And plus she had point blank range to him, which is what would cause so much damage to his head. Only a point blank range shot like that would blow his whole head like that up. And so the driver of his car and Jackie were in on it together. The driver was a part of that as well. But anyway, but that's why they were coming out with aliens and all this shit. They were saying they were going to come out with all that because they wanted to distract from the Epstein files. That was another major part of their multiplicity of benefit. What else we got here? What else did he say about it? I Candle All said next level AI MK Ultra. Yes, that is how they will do it. In fact, I have mentioned before, and somebody just posted a video about it yesterday, and I had already said this long ago on even my old channel, my old big channel. I have said many times, even way back then, that they can create the appearance of satellites in the sky by simply beaming projections at a point where they all meet at an apex point, right, up in the sky, and that they're actually, when these cucks who believe in satellites and shit are watching the satellite tracker and they go, oh, any minute now I got my telescope out and here will go a satellite going by that I was wanting to watch and I've been seeing approaching on the app that shows the tracker. Well, all they're doing is seeing a projection going by. And so UFOs, like these orbs and these other things, a lot of them are projection. Not all of them, because some of them that come really close to the ground and roam around through the trees and stuff in front of people, it looks more like ball lightning. You wouldn't be able to project into the trees and on the ground like that and everything else, where there's no way for the beams to meet each other from far away and all those things. So in those cases, those could be demonic entities that are revealing themselves. After all, now that we're in the last 7 years, demonic entities are actually going to start revealing themselves without us having to wear optics to see them. We discussed that in the last stream that you weren't, I don't think you visited. I didn't see you chime in, so I don't think you were there. But last stream we talked about how I discussed for a whole hour, I went on and on about optics and about how the World War II soldiers who were flying in planes mostly and in helicopters and stuff, and the gunners that were in those planes and stuff were also given this night vision, and it used a red lens back then with a diacetyl material that a white man had created in the early 1900s, either 1912 or 1922, and that material and that color red, whatever lens that it created, caused World War II soldiers to see demonic entities. And it would scare the shit out of them and cause gunners to just start blasting their guns at these demonic entities. And they could fly next to the planes, and they could do all this like stuff, supernatural stuff, like how they, fly faster than the planes and then suddenly change direction or just vanish altogether. And so it was scaring the dog shit out of all the World War II soldiers that were wearing them. And so the government quickly had to take them all back. They seized them all back from the soldiers, and they changed to a green color filter. And now, ever since then, night vision has been with a green filter, and we can't see the demonic entities anymore because we're not using the right color spectrum to look through. So, and that's not to say that you could buy a pair of red sunglasses and then see demonic entities, because it's not about exactly the color red. It's about a certain color red, a certain frequency or whatever in the red spectrum that the diacetyl material allowed you to see through, that would cause people to be able to see the demonic entities. But now, in these last 7 years, I think, excuse me, I'm trying to slowly get out some air out of my chest here, or stomach, or whatever it is. The demonic entities are just going to start revealing themselves to us now without us having to wear optics or anything. And that'll be a multiplicity thing, too. It'll be to scare some people. It'll be to make some people think that they're aliens. A variety of different outcomes will come from the demonic entities revealing themselves visually to people more and more. Evan Smith said, like that pic of that shell-shocked World War I soldier smiling very crazily in the corner of the trench when no one ever smiled in pictures back then. I forget which topic we were on about that. And then John Connor asked, will there be alien false flag or weird file disclosure? Yes, I definitely believe they plan on doing that. That's what Project Bluebeam. That's what Project Bluebeam is all about, is projecting an alien invasion in the sky. And so I totally think that they will do something like that. And it'll be in the next while. Probably it'll be in this next 3.5 years, because during the Great Tribulation, all the hoaxes, all the stuff will be over with. They will openly rule over us. They will openly have all the non-whites attacking us. There won't be time for anybody to be distracted by, oh, look, it's aliens or anything else. White people will be totally under persecution. And so there will be no more internet or studying things or reading books or any leisure time whatsoever, or any study time whatsoever. there will be white people out in the country hiding, and there will be white people in the cities all enslaved and being eaten and being raped and being killed. And so there won't be any time for worrying about alien hoaxes or any of that ever again. And so it will have to happen in this next 3.5 years, and most likely will happen in this year. But if it doesn't, it will happen in the next 3.5 for sure. They didn't spend all those trillions of dollars of our money on Project Bluebeam to never use it. So they definitely will go ahead and try to pull that stunt on us pretty soon, I imagine. And it will definitely be in this first 3.5 years, because the last 3.5 years, like I said, there will be no point in doing any of that. They will already openly rule over us for that time. And then Evan Smith said, I could say a crap ton more stuff, but I'll end it there. You got to go to bed. I'll leave it there. And John Connor said, I just don't know what their plan is with that. None of us do, but it's good to discuss it. Yes, it absolutely is, because the more we are all aware of it, the more we won't be caught off guard once the time comes, and the less confused any one of us involved in the truthing circles will be. And so it's just good all around to know, what to expect. And, we aren't going to know the exact details and whatever processes they go through to implement it, but it will occur. And that's all we need to know. And, of course, we can discuss it end on end, but it's all speculation as to how or what they'll use, what they'll do. But still okay to discuss it because it keeps our awareness up. And that way we're not caught off guard when the day comes. You won't be like, oh, my gosh, what the heck is this thing? And be all confused and scared. Instead, you'll know exactly what you're looking at. You'll know exactly what they're doing. And you'll know it's, a Jewish hoax, or that it's demonic entities truly just revealing themselves in the open. Either way, nothing for us to have to fear. And Evan Smith said, thanks for reading and for giving very detailed responses to all our chats. Hey, my pleasure. And thank you all for having the things to discuss, because, after all, if y'all don't throw ideas and topics my way, then I have to kind of just go with what I had planned on talking about and hope that, some of the things that I picked for that evening are things that, the folks were interested in wanting to chat about that night, or at least listen to someone about that night. So, you guys chiming in is a tremendous help for me. It gives me things to look up. It gives me things to be reminded of that I may have forgotten, because so much happens. They've thrown so much at us for the last, 15 years now that, man, as soon as you memorize, certain events that just happened, new events happen that they cause against us. Now we got to learn about those and memorize those too. And it really is information overload these days. So when you folks are chiming in with, reminders of things they plan on doing and haven't done yet, like the Project Bluebeam thing that's coming soon, and just all the things, all the things they've done in the past, things they're doing currently. There's so much that it's easy to forget to discuss this or that, certain different things. So yes, I'm very grateful that all of you folks chime in with your ideas and your suggestions and your questions and your statements of things. They're just as helpful to me as I ever could be for you all, for sure. And so thank you to you all. And John Connor said thanks, and God bless. And you always do a great job of giving a good rundown and understanding of things. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I do try my best. I mean, I'm literally, this is, I say I don't do it for fun. I'm doing it because I care about our people and our families and our God and his way. But honestly, I do have fun. This is actually a blast for me to do as well. So, I love learning from you all, and I learned I love discovering new things that you guys and gals post for me to discover. And so, yeah, very grateful for y'all being in the chat and participating and visiting. And John Connor said it's a true service that you do to our people. And I am trying to do what I can. You know what I mean? I'm just one guy, and I don't have any power, and I don't have any money, you know, but you know, each of us, whatever we can do is what we should do. You know what I mean? If we have a way to help and learn people in real life, you know, outside of the internet, then Godspeed to those folks. And for those of us who, you know, do it online, Godspeed to all of us as well. And it's a group effort. You know what I mean? It truly is. It's a true team effort. And I'm so grateful for all of you all. So, thank you all for all of your participation and help for our God and for our people, for Jesus Christ. And I Candle All said, I think I caught part of that on night vision while driving last week. And then he said, y'all have a good night. Gonna play it in the background now. Well, God bless you all. And thank you all so much for visiting tonight. I know that, you know, in the middle of the week like this, it's not a good time to do it. People have to stay up quite late sometimes if they want to actually stay involved and participating in the chat. And I am going to, even though I haven't started this yet, I am going to start trying to do streams and begin them sooner in the evenings. I know I had already said I was going to do that before, and here it is. I started after 10 tonight. But this one was just a freak circumstance one where I couldn't get home. I literally raced home and literally slammed everything on the table and hooked it all up and had to scrounge for a picture for the thumbnail, and as fast as I could do everything. And I literally, as soon as I could hit the button go, I did. And even though it was after 10, it was only a few minutes after, but that's how, like, I rushed in the door and just ripped everything out and slammed everything on the table, and it was as fast as I could possibly get it up and going, which is why I had to stick with the slideshow that I used the other night, because I have plenty of new pictures for a whole new slideshow, hundreds of new current events that have happened in the last week. But I never even got a chance to edit them all, and I have to before I build a slideshow, because every single picture is scaled wrong and has all kinds of extra crap in it, which makes the relevant part of the picture way too small on the screen. So all of that has to be quickly, each one is easily, quickly editable on my phone. So I have to basically spend a good 2 or 3 hours on my phone going through the hundreds of pictures and editing each one. And each one is quick to do, but there's just so many to do. And then once I have them all edited, then I can load them to the computer, because it's way more of a pain in the ass to do it on the computer than it is on my phone. It's so much faster on the phone. So I didn't even have a chance to do that yet, so I'll have to build the slideshow one of these evenings when I'm off, and get them all edited so I can have the fresh slideshow with the most fresh things that have been on YouTube for the next stream. And like I said, I may not be able to do a Sabbath stream this weekend, but hopefully I can. And at minimum, I'm still going to try to do it. I'll just have to start early in the night, like maybe 8 o'clock instead of 10, and I'll have to shut it down by about maybe 11. I'll probably only be able to do 2 or 3 hour stream. But I'm so grateful for all of you and for everything y'all do. And Bad Goy, too, said, thanks for the stream. God bless. Good night. Thank you and good night to all of you, and God bless you all. Godspeed to you all in our adventure that we are on now. This is literally an adventure of a lifetime, y'all. It's literally, we're in the most epic time that will ever be, the return of Christ. And so we are a part of a special generation, and regardless of which actual generation you are, whether it's Z or Alpha or Millennial or X, we are all collectively the generation, the one body of generation of living people who will be on the earth alive when Christ arrives, And I hope to God that myself and all of you who are involved in truthing for God and Christ and our people all get to survive the Great Tribulation, to be able to witness with our own mortal eyes during our own mortal trial Christ arrive in the clouds. And man, I look forward to it so much. I'm so excited. I can't wait for this 7 years to be over. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be so epic. And I can't wait to see all of my loved ones again. And I'm just so looking forward to eternity. It's just these 7 years can't finish quick enough. So Godspeed to you all. God bless you all. I look forward to being with all of you on the other side in the new earth. And yeah, I'll talk to you all as soon as I can, hopefully on Sabbath. And if not, I'll do it on Sabbath evening, or, evening after Sabbath ends that day, on the end of Sabbath. So one or the other, we'll still get one in sometime around Sabbath this weekend. So y'all have a wonderful night's rest, and I can't wait to talk to y'all again soon, all right? Take care and have a wonderful night and a wonderful rest of your week.